All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hello. Happy hump day. A little shimmy.
What is happening?
Feeling good on a Wednesday morning.
Feeling fantastic.
Nice to be with everybody today. Wanted to consumed a lot of Big Ten content yesterday. Missed some of the speeches, so I went back to the network and rewatched some of them.
Big Ten Media Day. Day one, catch the fever.
I want to ask you a sports question off the jump.
Fire away.
Is there a more anticipated player to fail than Bryce Underwood? Dare I ask?
Anticipated to fail.
Outside of the blue and maize related media bubble,
yes,
it feels like this is 100% nobody buying that this guy is good.
Yes, I agree with that.
Or is going to take a leap to surprise in the Big Ten.
I think in terms of things that people are not buying happening, Bryce Underwood being good is relatively high on the list. And I don't know if that's fair to him because he was a true freshman and it's really hard.
Who was his coach?
That didn't end well either. I don't really know if that guy knew what he was doing. Had some different priorities. By the way, she did her first interview, The Accuser. Have you seen that one on CBS? Oh my God.
Did she do that like a month ago?
Was it a month ago? Maybe I just saw it. I don't know.
Ago.
I saw the clips of it. Was like, Jesus, I knew that was bad, but it was
pretty awful.
Every time you watch a video or an interview, it gets even worse than the first one. Yeah, in terms of not expecting it, I would be very if Bryce Underwood came out this year and was the caliber of quarterback of like you could make an argument he's first team all Big Ten, I would be shocked.
See, you don't need to be that good.
Even in the conversation of third team or
that's what I'm saying.
All mention or what do they
second or third team?
Honorable
if they're
mention.
10-win team, he's going to be in that conversation. I would imagine.
You
right?
would think so, unless they just win with dominant defense and they run the ball and he throws like 14 touchdown passes and Michigan wins the Michigan way that they have. I mean, they won 8 games. They beat Ohio State 2 years ago without throwing a forward pass. So they are capable of winning games that way with the Michigan DNA.
14 throws for touchdown passes would be what we call an Eric Crouch Heisman season. But let's not linger on that one.
Is he going to have 2,000 rushing yards too? I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, I was watching the network, and they were going in between the coaches' speeches, and like even the network itself, right? You watch these media days on SEC Network, the ACC Network, the Big Ten.
Yes.
Dude, the Big Ten Network itself, their pundits were like, yeah, I'm not really buying Michigan. I don't know if their offense is going to be able to deliver. Like, they kept basically saying he sucks without saying he sucks.
Without calling him individually out. Like, their offense is going to suck. Why? Because they have a problem at quarterback.
Right.
That's the issue there. I don't think anybody questions Michigan's offensive line. They signed, I believe, the number 1 running back in the country last year who's going to be a true freshman. I don't know if he plays right away. But he was, I believe, the number 1 running back in the country. So they got some highly touted guys on that side of the ball.
I have no dog in the Michigan fight. I will always kind of like Michigan because I think their uniforms are cool and whatever.
Yeah, the helmet's badass.
But I don't, ultimately, if they're 7-5, I don't really care.
Right, doesn't affect you at all.
Exactly. I'm kind of been put in a spot now where I was sitting on my couch. So picture this. My wife and my daughters are out. They're running errands.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? I'm going to hang back. I'm going to do some show prep. I had a lot of audio I needed to send Swag, and I wanted to watch a couple of the coaches that I missed.
See some press conferences.
About a half a gummy in, I'm sitting there doing show prep, and it starts hitting, and I'm watching, and I'm just like, it just feels like it's repeated over and over and over. And I'm like, hey, man, can we give this kid a chance?
Give him a break, man.
I'm just on my couch.
He was
and I'm
a freshman, all right?
Nobody, it was a very bad season.
Very bad season.
But you, me, venture to guess Swag, anybody that watches college football, covers college football, again, outside of the blue and maize,
right?
I have not seen one zag to the Bryce Underwood sucks and we all know it zig. I haven't seen one. I haven't read one. I haven't seen one.
Nobody has the balls for that tape.
Everybody's like, Lloyd Carr's grandson's going to play by week 3.
Have you seen his brother at Notre Dame? He might win the Heisman Trophy this year. He might win a national championship this year. Go get the Carr kid in there.
I found myself kind of getting mad, and I don't really have any. I don't Bryce Underwood stock. I don't care about Michigan being good.
It is funny how, and we do this in the NFL too. Like if a rookie quarterback has a really bad year, we're all kind of collectively out on him, and whether it's fair or not, That's just kind of the way that we operate. And sometimes it ends up being true. Sometimes guys end up turning it around, right? You have Jared Goff's rookie year. Now look at his career. Peyton Manning, I think, doesn't he still hold the record for interceptions as a rookie in the NFL? He threw like 20 of them things in Indy and went on to have a Hall of Fame career. So guys have turned it around, but it is hilarious how quickly we judge nope, he doesn't have it. And I think part of it is that he didn't go to a program. Like one of the other highly touted freshmen, we don't talk about them at all because the program's irrelevant, but one of the other highly touted quarterbacks went to Maryland and started right away as a freshman. Do we remember anything about his freshman year?
Is that the Washington kid?
I think it's Malik Washington, I think is his name. I can't even tell you his name for 100% certainty. We don't talk about that kid at all. He
I just, in
as a
passing,
freshman.
if they play UW, I just will keep
that's that
tabs
kid.
on it and watch like 2 quarters of the game.
And he was fine. It wasn't great, but also he was at Maryland, so there were no expectations. When you're this level of kid and you go to Michigan on top
He's
of it.
the number one.
Underwood was the number one kid coming out, and he had a controversial flip late because he was committed to LSU for a long time, and then Michigan gave him a lot of money to come to Ann Arbor. And it didn't pan out. His numbers, by the way, I knew that they were bad. Malik Washington, 17 touchdowns, 9 picks last year.
That's not a bad freshman year.
Not terrible, especially at Maryland. Bryce Underwood was 11 touchdowns, 9 picks.
How many yards?
He threw for 2,428 yards.
How many did he rush for?
He rushed for a total of 392.
Okay, so not a big mobile quarterback the way I thought.
Again, that's the tough part is that sack yardage can get taken out of that.
Yeah, you hate
so
that.
he probably rushed for about 500 yards, I'd guess,
okay,
on the season if you just average it out and take out the sack yardage.
Completion percentage?
60%.
In college, it's a little different than the NFL.
College, you need to be, you want to be a little bit higher.
You want to be higher than 60.
Especially when a lot of these college offenses are running a ton of bubble screens and a lot of quick out stuff and get rid of the ball.
Side note, why do we count sack yardage as quarterback rush yardage?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we do that in the season end or if it's a game-by-game thing, but I'm pretty confident they take it out for quarterbacks in college.
Yes, college and quarterbacks because
I'm dumbfounded by it.
I'm dumbfounded by it, too.
It ruins it. I mean, like, he might have had 600 rushing yards, but he might have been sacked so damn much.
Team rushing yards, I'm fine. Like, if you want to take it off, at the end of the game, the team had 190 yards, but you lost 30 in sack yardage, and you want to take it off the team statistic?
Well, the NFL
just have a
switched
separate
it.
stat for it.
Yeah, you should.
Sack yardage.
I mean, when the modern forward pass came into the game in the 70s or whenever the hell we stopped running the wing T, most schools. Yeah, the NFL, I forget, I think it was in the 80s or maybe early 90s, because the NFL used to do the same thing.
And they stopped doing it.
And then they said, no, if he's dropping back and it's a passing play, it's not a rushing attempt.
Right. If you can sack him for 12-yard loss,
that shouldn't count. I don't know why college.
That's one of the worst stats in all of
that's
sports,
one of the
worst.
That's college football being stuck in 1905.
No doubt about it. But like, if you're to rank the bad stats, right? Analytics takes they take a lot of flack. What's your BABIP right now? Hey, what's your VORP? Right? There's stats that you can say that like, what is that?
Right.
Right. Yeah. I honestly believe, even with the advanced analytics that most of us don't really follow or understand that are like super nerdy, all of that included, I think counting sack yards away from your rushing yard total is the dumbest stat thing we do, debatably.
Yeah. It's hard to disagree with that. It's hard to disagree.
In the NFL, it's its own stat, and it comes off net passing yards for the team, not the individual quarterback's passing yards.
Right, but net passing yards
for
for the
passing
team.
Yards for the team.
Yeah, if you want to take away a team stat, whatever, or have a side stat, that's fine with me. I don't get bothered by that.
You can create its own stat.
Totally fine.
You can have a team. We can find out what team creates the most yards loss in sacks. And you're probably going to respond, Sprague, this is on that website. They already do this. No doubt about it.
Right.
But, like, I don't like that it impacts that stat specifically.
Like, I'll use one game as an example. They beat the Huskies 24-7. Michigan did last year. It's actually maybe his best game of the year. He threw for 230 yards.
They choked that game away, I want to say.
Washington did?
No. Well, what was the final score?
Michigan beat them 24-7. They dominated that game. I remember that one because it was one of those Washington got off to an okay start, and that was their first, like, we're going on the road.
My mistake. When you said Washington, I was thinking about, didn't the Huskies play Maryland last year?
The Huskies did play Maryland.
Right?
Maryland had a huge lead on them, and Washington came back and won the game.
I was talking
they were down by 20-something. And in that game, he had 7 carries for 25 yards, but he had a long run of 17. Now, I don't remember that game specifically, but if you have 1 carry for 17 yards and then you're telling me the 6 others only went for 8, I'd imagine sack yard is involved in that.
Yeah, so the idea that somebody is something year one and can't be improved in this modern age of football has already been proven to be incorrect.
Yes, especially with a new coach, too, who's coming in who clearly knows what he's doing.
But there was people coming out of the Michigan stuff saying at the spring that he didn't look better. But that's also, it's spring football. So, like, how many eggs do you put in the spring football basket?
You should put maybe a quarter of an egg into the spring football basket, but that's about it. I did. You know me. I'm a psycho. I have a problem. I think you did, too. I watched their spring game, and it was...
But when Whittingham has a guy, because he's played quarterback roulette a little bit at Utah.
Yeah, he has.
But when he has a guy, it's his guy.
It is.
What's the guy that played 18 years there?
The Musketeer, dude. He was there for 15 years. Why am I blanking on his name?
My God. He was...
How are we all going to forget?
Raining down terror on the Pac-12.
Cam Rising.
All 19 seasons of college football that Cam Rising played. Like, if he was healthy, Whittingham was playing him.
I still love looking at Cam Rising stats and seasons because he played all the way until a couple of years ago, and he's already like 28 years old. It is bonkers how long that guy was in college football.
I put too much stock in Cam Rising in one of his last years.
He won a Pac-12 championship, and then they got to the Rose Bowl, and he got hurt, and they had to put the pig farmer out there, and then he just never stayed healthy again. Yeah. Every year we did the same thing with Utah going into the year, and then Cam Rising would get hurt in the first, 12 snaps of the season, and everything would go out the window.
See, I think even Arch... You might not be a believer in Arch Manning. Maybe you do because the end of the year numbers look much better than the beginning of the season numbers.
Yeah.
But he's polarizing.
Yes, he is.
There's a lot of noise that he's one of the Heisman favorites again, and people are buying it, and they're saying, oh, look what he did in games 9, 10, 11, and 12. Mm-hmm. It's a universal truth, according to everybody, that Bryce Underwood sucks.
This guy's terrible.
And you know what doesn't help his case? Here's what I was thinking about, because I got into this mental vortex of, yo, man, why don't we give this kid a chance, man? Why are we punting on this kid?
Give him an opportunity.
And you know what I think it is? I think he got hurt by, one, going to Michigan.
And taking the money.
Well, taking the money's okay. Take the bag. But he chose Michigan. Who was the quarterback of Michigan before Bryce Underwood?
I can't even remember the cat's name.
Alex
The year before.
freaking Orji.
Yeah.
Who I was told was some absolute stud unit of a quarterback, and then he could not throw a ball forward.
Freak athlete, but could not play quarterback.
And so I think, unfortunately, what we did was Alex Orji just played here, sucked. You don't look great. You also suck.
You're a good athlete, bud.
There we go. We have defined it. I think what happened is Alex Orji has hurt Bryce Underwood.
The Arch thing is good, too, because I do think there's a lot of people who were rooting against Arch this year for what the name, the hype, right? You want it to fail. That's a easy thing to root for as a fan. Sometimes the noise gets too loud. There's a difference between being like, I don't know if I buy this guy as a Heisman candidate and a national title winner off of the season he had, which was 26 touchdowns and 7 interceptions on the season, and a guy being good who threw 11 touchdowns and 9 picks. There were some the two games that stand out to me from Underwood last year that I remember vividly. Do you remember the Northwestern game they played at Wrigley Field? They played at Wrigley against Northwestern, and he turned the ball over so many times, and he kept trying to hand it to Northwestern, and they couldn't win. They couldn't kick. They couldn't convert anything. They ended up winning the game 24-22, but it was one of the uglier quarterback performances I've ever seen. And then against Ohio State, who we knew was very talented, especially on the defensive side of the ball last year, he completed 8 passes for 60 yards in that game.
Not great.
That is so bad, man.
Bob.
8 for 60?
That's pretty bad.
That is so bad. It's one thing, again, to be like, Arch. Let me pull up Arch's stat line against Ohio State.
Arch had good numbers at the end. I won't argue against it. I don't know how much of a believer in Arch I am.
So, Arch Manning bad against Ohio State, right? Week 1, first ever, big-time start.
First couple,
he was awful the first month of the season. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But they scored 7 points. He threw a late.
Yeah.
He completed 17 passes, at least for 170 yards. That's not good. It was a really bad performance. 8 for 60?
8 for 60.
I mean, that's like some JV high school football stuff, man.
Is there a program he could have transferred when Sharon Moore got fired?
Got out of there.
Is there a program and coach that you would have a differing opinion, or at least you would say, I need to see it? Because I don't even know if people are saying, I need to see it. I think people are saying, when is Lloyd Carr's grandson going to be the starting quarterback for Michigan?
Yeah, I mean, let me ask you this. I'll follow up. What are your thoughts on DJ Lagway at Baylor this year?
I
'Cause
don't
he
have
was
a
the-
lot of faith because I actually think Dave Aranda's going to get fired.
He was the number one quarterback in the country. Now, he started two-ish years. I don't think he started every game, but he was there for 2 years.
The problem
so he's
with-
a year older, but it's the
Yeah.
same thing. Nobody's looking at Baylor like,
I know.
oh, look out, here comes DJ Lagway.
Part of that is talent profile, right? How you did in the portal and what your recruiting rankings are and all that stuff, returning talent. What I would say about Lagway, there are physical tools with Lagway that we can all see when we see him play.
He's a better thrower of the football.
The problem is I think his coach is actually worse than him.
Which one? The one he had in Florida or the one he has
And the
right
one
now?
he has now. The
he
one
has
at
now?
Florida got fired.
He
so
did. He
I
got-
think that was absolutely true.
He got canned.
And so I think he just took the only bag he was given in the Power Four, because if he was actually wanted, Baylor would not have had DJ Lagway. And so I think it's desperation hour for Lagway and Aranda.
Yeah.
And I couldn't have been more let down by a coach hire than Dave Aranda. Right. I thought Dave Aranda was really going to have Baylor in a conversation and be basically what Texas Tech is. And it's been massively disappointing.
I think they had 1 year where they won, and it was like, oh,
I think
there's
it was
Dave,
his first year.
Dave Aranda, and then every year since then, it's
Big
been
12
really
title
bad.
game, maybe year one, and then
Yeah.
after that, it's just been meh.
He's also like the king of the very weird quote of like, what are you talking about right now? Which makes people question a lot of things too on top of
He's
it.
the DC of the LSU
Right.
2019 championship team. I just assumed, because I didn't have faith that was really Ed O.
Right.
I assumed Joe Brady and Dave Aranda were basically the
running the show. Yeah. His second year at Baylor, they won 12 games. That was in 2021. His first year was COVID, which is like,
That
whatever.
doesn't count.
2021, first full year, 12-2, they won the Sugar Bowl. I think they did win the Big 12 that year. And they
I know
knocked
they went to
somebody
the
out
Big
of the
12 title
I think
game.
they beat somebody and knocked them out of the playoffs.
Maybe
if I
Iowa
remember.
State?
Could have been
Brock Purdy?
Could have been. And then 22, 6-7, 23, 3-9, 24, 8-5 last year, 5-7. So a 12-win season, and then 6, 3, 8-5 the next 4 years, and they have not moved on from him.
What sample size you willing to trust there?
That's a
I'd
pretty
take
big
the
sample
multiple
size.
seasons of bad
Yeah.
football.
I think a lot of it does depend on, to your point, where you end up going. Because to be fair, this was kind of my guy last year. Like, this is what the thought was on Dante Moore, but the difference was he went to a place where there was a proven track record of turning quarterbacks around, and there was never going to be a question about the amount of talent that surrounded him on the field. You don't feel that way about Baylor, in a Lagway example. Underwood obviously didn't transfer, but this, like, quarterbacks have shown, and we've seen it, especially in college football. Michael Penix is the most intimidating quarterback I've had to face in the last decade, and he was what at Indiana? Like, he had a couple of moments in the COVID year, but it wasn't like he was a jaw-dropping player at Indiana. Kind of came out of nowhere. We made fun of Washington when they announced Penix was going to be their starter. So guys have turned it around, but the buy-in for Bryce Underwood, I'm with you. It's probably as low as any quarterback in college football.
I want to ask you a question because I actually don't know where I sat in the moment. Did we laugh at Washington announcing Michael Penix? Because they had Dylan Morris, and
We did, because remember, they had
blew.
They did. They had a new coach taking over.
I didn't think Penix would be as good as he was. I'll admit that.
No,
but
but
I don't know if I laughed.
Talk about other number one quarterbacks. Who was their number one quarterback? They had the number one quarterback in the country on their roster. It was Sam Heward.
That's
and he had
right.
not played yet. And it was like, what are you doing starting this transfer from Indiana?
I kind of remember
you have the
some of that.
number one quarterback in the country play him. And I think that kid ended up at Montana, or I don't know where the hell he ended up transferring, but it didn't work out for him.
I can't wait to see what Jared Curtis is at Vandy, because if he's not good, I might have the fundamental belief of I never want my team to get the number one.
This is the last one. Or at least if you get him, don't play him, right? Like, that's the other thing.
He's going to suck right away, so he either has to transfer or he has to sit a season.
Right. Arch Manning was the number one guy, and he sat for 2 years.
2 years. Dante
sucked
at
at
UCLA,
for a year.
sat for a year, finally found it.
Worked
right?
out for him eventually in the long run.
I felt bad yesterday for Bryce Underwood. I'm like, he's just catching strays left and right all offseason.
There was another highlight of him. The training videos don't help when you're coming off of a bad year and people aren't buying. There was a training video of him that came out where it showed him doing like some speed and agility training. And everybody's like, dude, that's not what you need to work on, man. We know that you're a good, nice cuts. Those are good cuts back and forth. Can you throw a 15-yard dig?
It's the throwing of the football.
That's what people want to see, dude, not the athletic part. We all know you can do that.
We got a loaded show today. Jake Butt's going to hop on in the Big Ten Network at 7:04. So we have another guest hopping in the cafe with us. We will have leftovers from the cafe, I'm sure, and get to a lot of the dealings from yesterday around the sports landscape. It is a status story Wednesday. Dirt and Sprague. Let's get it going next on 105.1 The Fan.
Now. At Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks among the featured teams on day 2 of Big Ten Football Media Days. Dan Lanning set to address the assembled media at 10:45 a.m. this morning on the Big Ten Network. Ohio State, UCLA also on the docket today. NFL training camps full of news on day 2. Eagles agreeing to a 4-year contract extension with defensive tackle Jalen Carter worth $152 million. $106 million of that to be guaranteed. The Browns gave quarterback Denzel Ward a 2-year, $62 million extension. And Clint Kubiak naming Kirk Cousins QB1 to start training camp in Vegas. Portland Fire could not contain Asia Wilson and the Aces Tuesday night. They fall 98-83. Wilson finishing with 28 points and 14 boards. Portland off till Friday when Caitlin Clark and the Fever roll into Moda Center. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. Sorry, college football started the radio program today. I've been fired up about it. It's nice to have it back in my life.
We'll get Dan Lanning today. Not on the show, but tomorrow we'll have the audio.
Yeah, Dan Lanning's going to take the podium at around 10:45-ish, but it's probably going to be at a different time than that.
Yeah, usually run a little late on these things.
So we'll get to that today. A little peekaboo of old Dan Lanning.
Dan Lanning and Dante Moore. It's going to be a fun day.
I could not stop watching. There was a video that came out yesterday, and I watched every single available second of it. And, Dirt, that was Tony Romo's cop cam pull over for his OWI in Wisconsin, his OUI.
You got a OUI in Wisconsin.
And it's about a 10-minute video. I recorded most of it, and then I'm like, I'm not going to play a 2-minute plus video. So I recorded the first 54 seconds of the video.
We just have it be an entire segment. Here's the Tony Romo arrest cam. We'll see you next segment. All right, later.
Well, I just was fascinated by it, and then I started watching it, and I couldn't look away. I was like, I have to finish this whole thing. They did the pullover. You'll hear the audio of that. And then he has to step out of the car. She cuffs him. He debates whether he should go in her squad car on this side or that side because of oncoming traffic. He tries to call his lawyer. She says, put the phone down. He's like, I'm not legally allowed to call my lawyer.
Yeah.
I don't know the legalities of that. I'm not going to dive into that stuff. But it's a back and forth, and she's like, we're going to take you somewhere quiet and closed off so you could do a field sobriety test. He agrees to that.
Put him in handcuffs and take him there, too, before he'd even taken the field sobriety test.
She's putting him in the back of the car with the suspicion he is drunk. So she cuffs him, puts him in the back. He comes out. The next video you see is him at basically the police station parking lot underground. Right. And, there was nothing more. There's nothing that resonated with me more as an almost 40-year-old than having to watch Tony Romo stretch before conducting a field sobriety test. Boys, you mind if I get my quads going?
Dude, he stretched for 2.5, 3 minutes.
Well, he's trying to clearly sober up. I mean, he's obviously delaying and delaying.
In his defense, I will say, sitting in a cramped cop car, how many back surgeries has he had in his career?
He noted that, too. He's like, sorry, back surgeries, guys.
You just put me back here. I'm 6'4". I don't fit in the back of a cop car. Can I stretch out before you ask me to walk in a straight line? But it was funny. He was like down on all fours, getting his calisthenics in.
He does the heel-to-toe walk the line thing, and he doesn't actually put his heels to toes. He just walks forward. But what was funny was how many times he was asking the cop to demo. She's like, now, do you understand what I'm asking you to do? Not really, no. Can you show? Like, I just kept laughing because he's like clearly delaying and delaying.
Stall tactic. It's like my 2-year-old going to bed. Yeah, one more book, one more of this. Like, no, this is a delay tactic. Get your ass to bed.
So here was the initial pullover audio between Tony Romo and the Milwaukee-based police officer.
Hi there, Deputy Cora, Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
Were you speaking on the speaker back there?
I was.
I didn't even know you guys said that. So sorry.
All right. Reason for my stop today.
Right,
Yep.
That was what you said.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Reason for my stop today is the unsafe passing on the right, the lane deviation.
Say it louder. I'm sorry.
Unsafe passing on the right, cutting across the gore. Obviously, the gore.
Yes.
It's the marked area.
Gotcha.
Where are you coming from?
Well, I live in Dallas, so I came in to visit Grandma and Grandpa, so we're here. I'm going to do that, but I got the gore.
You got the what?
The gore, you said?
Yeah.
That's what it is where you cross it?
Yep.
Yes. I got what you're saying.
And you were coming from Grandma and Grandpa? What did you say? It's really hard to hear you, dude.
I can't hear you either.
Yeah, I know. We got to basically yell at each other,
I
right?
feel like I'm yelling at you.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course.
Oh.
I'd never say that.
And it was over after that because when you say the golf course, I think a lot of cops who are suspicious of you maybe drinking are going to conclude,
What have you been doing at the golf course?
you've been drinking.
He then added a few minutes later when mentioning the golf course again, he was like, no, I played in the Wisconsin amateur tournament. Like he tried to classify that it wasn't a round of golf with buddies. Have we confirmed that his grandma and grandpa live in Wisconsin?
I think he said mom and dad, didn't he?
I think he said grandma and grandpa, but maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought it was grandma and grandpa.
His grandma and grandpa are still alive.
That's why everybody was like, what?
He's older than me.
Right.
My grandparents have been dead for what feels like a decade.
That's why everybody thought, did you just make that off the cuff? You happen to be in Wisconsin playing in a golf tournament, and did you just say that? Was that your lie to the cops?
I'm going to believe him. Like, why would you bust that out? He said the same last name, so he went with that. If he says, I just got done playing at the pro golf tournament out at this course that was on TV, is she as suspicious versus him just saying, the golf course?
No, not as much. If he would have classified right off of the gate, I played in
Pro
a
golf
official
tournament.
golf tournament.
I'm exhausted. I apologize. Like, if he comes off that way, I actually didn't think it was the worst video and audio you could have had.
No. By the way, his grandparents do live in Wisconsin.
That's crazy.
And according to Google, they are still alive.
Good for them.
So got that going for him.
Got to be in their 80s, 90s.
He was telling the truth then, I guess. Tournament to go see grandma and grandpa. Good for Tony Romo.
Yeah, the stretching before field sobriety test was that was a new one to watch.
It was, look, these videos are always tough because then you go to the place of like, well, does he look like he's intoxicated? And there's moments where
What did you think?
I mean, he certainly had a few beverages.
He had a little slurry vibe to him.
There was a little bit of that. I don't know what the classification is in Wisconsin and what the line is. He didn't take a breathalyzer test, and he refused to. When he was in police custody, they said, do you want to take a breathalyzer? And he said, no, I've heard that you never do that. One of the takeaways was they didn't let him call his lawyer. Now, again, I don't know much about that, but Google AI is telling me that you are not – they don't have to technically allow you in that moment to call your lawyer when you're sitting in the car. Now, eventually, they got to hand you your phone. You got to make a phone call if you get arrested. But there's nothing in law according to this. Now, maybe people can tell me I'm wrong on that. It's always tough because you don't know. Nobody has any clue how much he actually had to drink. Was it just a long day? Was he up at 4 o'clock in the morning? Was he actually hammered? We'll never know the answer to that complete question. The funniest moment of the entire thing, though, was when he was, other than stretching, getting ready to do the field sobriety test, was that lady cop asked him, have you had any head injuries recently? And you can tell in his head he's like chuckling of like, she has no idea who I am and how many concussions.
Oh, she didn't know who he was at all.
She did not.
Ran the ID and still didn't come back and go, hey, I watched
Hey, you're on CBS, or you were the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys for like a decade.
He even dropped it. I live in Dallas.
I live in Dallas. I'm just here playing in a golf tournament. And I don't know, there was other male cops around at that time, so I don't know if they knew who he was either.
Yeah.
But after asking him if he had head injuries, he chuckled and he was like, well, yeah, I mean, I've had a lot, but none recently. And you could tell that was a little internal chuckle on him of like, yeah, a lot of concussions, but nothing in the last 2 months.
I was wondering how many of the – because when she gets back to the police station to do the field sobriety for him, he's surrounded by like 5 people, including her.
Yes.
And nobody's like saying anything crazy. They're just asking him to do the test. He's asking a million follow-up questions to every single thing he's asked to do. She had him test like stand on one leg, and I think he was supposed to be standing for a minute.
Right.
And immediately he puts his leg up, and you can tell he's like starts
doing that
a little bit.
Oh, this isn't going well.
Which, by the way, I'm not gonna act like I wouldn't do that. Maybe even stone cold, super sober.
I always think about the field sobriety test of like, there's moments if you pull me over on my way to work to do this show, if I'm speeding and I get pulled over, there's a decent chance I'm wobbling. If you ask me to
really,
stand. I mean, I'm great. It's early in the morning. What do you want from me?
Yeah,
cars are whizzing by you on the highway. You're trying to focus on standing on one leg.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can pull that off.
Yeah. There's elements of it, like would I walk a complete straight line, heel to toe?
I think that I could, but what if I didn't?
What if I did the nose tap and I like missed the tip of my nose?
That was too high on the nose.
See what I'm saying?
Book him, Dano. You're gone.
You're arrested. You're drunk. No, I'm not. I promise.
It's over.
But he had a moment and a vibe where he realized she didn't know who he was. But he looked around to every male cop like,
yes. Do you know who I am? Can
had
somebody
a couple
step
back
in here?
surgeries.
Yeah. A lot of concussions back in the day. Anybody connecting any dots?
Fantasy football fans in this building?
Anybody Cowboy fan in here? Huh? Anybody a Packer fan? Who did we lose to in the playoffs? Anybody a Seahawk fan? Remember when I couldn't hold on to that PAT? Remember that? Or the field goal attempt?
That was a catch at Lambeau, by the way, for the record.
What are you talking about, huh?
Should have been in the NFC title game.
What's Lambeau Field? We don't know. Damn it! This isn't the crowd that I needed to get out of this.
Look, I'd say this. Never a good look.
No.
Driving under the influence. You don't want that. But I think overall, if you're a CBS exec and you're in the defense of keeping Tony Romo and not wanting this to be worse, I thought the video was like, yeah, it wasn't like he was absolutely S-housed.
No.
I'm not excusing it.
No.
Drunk, he shouldn't be driving.
No.
But
again, we also don't know how drunk,
Yeah, exactly. I was also playing the game of like, how drunk do I think this guy is, which is part of the reason I don't think I could take my eyes off the video.
Right. His hair was flopping all over the place too. His strategy from what I read is going to be he's going to fade to the background for a while. He's dropping out of every golf tournament he has between now and the official start of football season.
That's what you needed.
And he's got a $100 million job at CBS that he's not going to risk losing, and so we're going to fade, let this thing die over a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the week after Labor Day, you're going to hear Jim, and he's going to be back in the broadcast.
Swag brought it up yesterday. Like, it's not like he's the first one.
No, and that's the other thing. Like, I think every able-bodied male, if you ask the question of, have you had a beer or two and driven home from the golf course before?
Mm-hmm. But we don't know if it was a beer or two.
We don't know. That's the thing. We have no idea.
Was it a cocktail?
He did not take a
3 or 4?
breathalyzer test, but that's the hard. When you see the video and you're like, well, he's clearly not falling over drunk. There's a balance there of like, I don't want to yell too much about it because at one point in life, we've all been at that moment where you had 2 beers and you drove home from the golf course.
Yeah, but if you weren't drunk, you'd take a breathalyzer, I think, right?
But yeah.
I don't know the legalities of that stuff.
How many beers does it take you to hit to the threshold?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Did I have my beers early in the golf round? Did I have them late in the golf round?
Well, I don't think he drank during the golf round.
Well, he was plus 35, so I don't know. Maybe he started popping shooters.
Can you drink in that tournament?
I don't know. You could probably sneak it. Like, there's not an official out there on every hole, I'd imagine. If you got a little thing in your bag, you can get it done.
If a tournament provided driving, like drivers,
to
every golfer, and they invited the PGA guys, it's a pro AM. Like, who would be the best drunk golfer?
John Daly.
John Daly. I think he won tournaments drunk. But yeah, competitive golfers now.
Like, who would you pick on the tour actively?
Brooks Koepka.
Yeah.
He seems like he's already played a round or two drunk.
Well, how many other guys have beer endorsements? Because he has Michelob Ultra.
He does. Does anybody else have I don't think anybody else does.
I will drink a Michelob Ultra on the course because of Brooks Koepka.
Can I? This is a random tangent, but did you see Michael Kim shot a 59 last week? And
Dude,
it was
nailed the 24-foot putt to
awesome,
do it.
Right?
It was amazing.
And I highlighted how he is a great Twitter follow.
Yeah.
He does a lot of funny behind-the-scenes things. Did you see his thing on Siwoo Kim yesterday?
I did not.
It's just totally random.
You mean Siwoo Him?
Siwoo Him, yes. So they're playing, they're in Detroit, right, for the Rocket Mortgage right now?
They were in Minnesota last
now
week.
They're in
Detroit this
Dude,
week.
Get this story yesterday. So this is a Siwoo Kim story. There's a solid Korean barbecue restaurant in Detroit that they like to go to the week the tournament's there. Mm-hmm. He texted Siwoo Kim, Michael Kim did, and said, hey, do you want to go grab dinner at this Korean place? He said, yes, I'm in. Let's do it. So Siwoo Kim searches the name of the restaurant on Google Maps. And without much thinking, he just plugs in the address and just starts following the directions. He's not from Detroit. He doesn't know where he's going. I'm just going to this Korean barbecue place. Before he realizes it's too late, he is heading over the Canadian border to go because there was a restaurant with the exact same name in Detroit, and there's one that was technically closer to his hotel in Canada, and it just sent him to the closest one. And he got in line at the border, and at that point, you can't turn around. Like, there's cars behind you. So he's freaking out, like, what am I going to do? He just has his wallet. He doesn't have his passport. Mm-hmm. He gets through, and he ended up having to talk to 9 different officers that surrounded his car trying to figure out what's this guy doing, why is he trying to cross the border, and he got held up for like an hour and a half. They searched his car for drugs and weapons, and then he finally was allowed to drive back across the border and come back into the United States.
They were nervous of Siwoo Kim?
They're just like, who's this guy trying to cross the border? He doesn't have a passport on him. Like, what are we doing here, man?
He's doing it all for the love of Korean barbecue.
And he's just trying to, I'm just trying to go to a Korean barbecue place, man. It was a really funny story.
Who doesn't love a Korean barbecue place?
Your ask about drunk golfers made me think of that. Siwoo Kim was not drunk, but funny behavior of like, plug in the address. We'll find a way there. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I could not look away. I don't watch a lot of the videos when these happen, but there was something about watching Romo's. And then like the weird, I don't know, just kind of odd to watch him get handcuffed.
It was twice. The first time to go to the facility to take the test, and then afterwards they were like, turn around. He was like, oh, so I didn't pass. They didn't even tell him at first. He was like,
no, I think he says, I'm like, Did I pass? And then there's quiet, and he goes, I didn't pass.
I didn't pass. Just turns around.
Puts his arms on his
Take
back.
your cuffs. Thankfully, he's worth a lot of money, and so all of this will eventually go away. But
Have you been arrested?
I have never been arrested. I've never been placed in handcuffs.
Really?
Yeah, I got a minor in possession.
You got
when
an
I was
MIP and you
I
didn't get
got-
arrested?
I did not get arrested. They just handed me the ticket. Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe pour out my beer and handed me a
Yeah,
ticket.
pour out your beer. As long as if you're just hanging out.
I was just walking. Yeah, so you can't. I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
think,
you pour it out
What
and
a
make sure there's
crappy
no
way to
more
get an
alcohol.
MIP.
And you get
dude,
a
it was
citation.
really dumb. It was stupid. I had to go to diversion for like a day and a half on a weekend.
That's brutal.
Oh, it
Yeah.
sucks, man.
Yeah, I've only been arrested twice.
Twice, 2 arrests in
Twice.
handcuffs.
Yes.
Really?
First time was at Lloyd Center. We were doing stuff. We got caught. We got put in handcuffs, taken to a back room, and put on a do not allow them to enter for 10 years.
You got 86 from the Lloyd
I did.
Center.
I ended up working at Lloyd Center like 5 years later. They had no idea.
They didn't remember that, huh?
No.
That kind of confirms the theory that 86ing is just not a real thing.
It's made up.
when you say like
there's
that
no
fan
record
is
keeping.
banned from the arena, like how
Right.
you're gonna remember his name if he buys
I mean,
a ticket?
They put a flock camera in that arena. They might be like, digitally, there he is.
Section 12C.
But yeah, I got arrested there, and then the other time I got arrested, this one, look, I deserve to be 86th from Lloyd Center. We were stupid. The second time I got arrested was in Corvallis, and I will maintain, in all honesty, I went to pick up my now wife. It was 12:30 p.m. She was working by herself on the campus. Or 12:30 a.m. I didn't want her
Right.
walking home.
Middle of the night.
I wasn't going crazy. I was going 25 miles an hour in my residential.
Corvallis cops,
Cop
man.
followed me half a mile, flashes, pull over, says I ran a stop sign. I disagree with him like strongly.
Adamantly.
Comes back, told me my license was suspended. I had no idea because they sent me something in the mail during July. I didn't live there in July. They took me out of the car, put me on the sidewalk, handcuffed me, searched my car. 6 cops came up. I'm now pissed off.
You sound like Siwoo Kim in Canada
Dude,
right now.
It really was.
Like,
It was
what is
exactly the
happening
same.
right
They
now?
were pulling. What is this? I was like, it's a weight for my weighted vest.
What do you think it is? What do you think? I'm pushing
It's not drugs.
cocaine here? What the hell's the matter with you?
They basically uncuffed me, said I could not drive my car. They all left. Monsoon rained on me literally as they left. It was one of the
Nice.
worst nights of my life.
Did they take your keys?
I think they did, and they said they'd be at the DMV.
Okay.
And I had to go to the DMV the next morning.
Because if they would not have taken your keys, how long would you have waited around until you drove away? 5 minutes? You give it 5? You give it 10? 2?
A guy I know got his license suspended and may have driven all 6 months his license was suspended because he needed to get to work.
I mean, I got.
But that's what that guy did. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. In that
Could or
situation.
could not have been anybody. We don't know.
All right, we got a lot more to get into. Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague with Jake Butt at 7 a.m. Dirt and Sprague. We're back with more on the Fan.
The biggest
We have a lot to get into today. Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague is going to have another guest. We will have Jake Butt coming up top of the hour. Big Ten Network, Big Ten Media Day rolls on. We had, Iowa, Illinois, USC, Rutgers, Penn State.
I think that was it yesterday, right?
That it?
I think that was it.
5 or 6?
I think it was
Or 6 each
6.
day.
Who was the one? Who are we forgetting?
Iowa, Illinois,
If
Rutgers,
we're forgetting them, are they
Penn State,
important?
USC, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, that's right.
And no, they're not important because I think Fickle's lame duck, but they're going to roll with Luke Fickle again. I would also just defend real quick because this is not what I wanted to talk about in the segment.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of these coaches, they show them in the hallways walking towards the podium and they shake hands with random media members like they're old friends. It's the fakest thing I've ever seen.
Unless you're James Franklin, because then I think he legitimately knows your date of birth, your kid's first and last name, and it's like, dude, why do you know this much about me?
Matt Campbell and Luke Fickle both took the stage yesterday, and it was an immediate, whoa! Those guys feeling good about their programs because they're super tan.
That's a good tan look right there. It's a good tan look.
Bielema had a big tan working, too.
So here's the
Bielema
problem.
did, yeah.
I saw him in the hallway. Like you're looking at Shiano right now on the Big Ten Network as they're replaying. They're only that tan on the podium.
Must be maybe a lighting
like
thing.
Luke Fickle has color, but he's not. He looked bronzed yesterday.
And then you get him in a different light, and it looks a little bit different.
It
I didn't
looked totally
see a lot
normal.
of the side-off interviews. I watch a lot of the press conference stuff. My guy better be white as snow today, man.
Oh, wouldn't you feel better
He
if he
won't
was
be
tan?
whiter than Ryan Day.
I want him grinding. Who's the whiter coach, Ryan Day or Dan Lanning? That's a good poll question.
So
Out of
first up-
context. You have to be listening right now to be able to answer
I'm not
it.
doing that poll
You don't want to do that poll question?
I'm not doing the poll question.
First up at 9:30, our boy PJ Fleck rowing the boat.
PJ Fleck, we got to talk to him last year, didn't we? Or was that 2 years
That
ago?
was
like
2 years
3
ago.
years ago.
3 years ago.
No.
It was a long time ago.
First year of of them going.
He
'Cause
was
I
a fun
went.
interview.
He was great.
Yeah, I
I
remember
wanted
you
to
saying
get him on for the friggin' Oregon game, and they
know.
didn't get back to us.
Bastard Minnesota. Who do you
so
think
you got
you
PJ,
are?
you got Pat Fitzgerald now at Michigan State, Barry Odom at Purdue, then Ryan Day, Bob Chesney at UCLA, and Lanning's last, scheduled for 10:45 a.m. this morning.
All right, so we'll pass along anything. We got audio from yesterday's dealings, and we'll pass along and play some of the audio later on. But before we pivot into college football for hour 2, I have one NFL segment. I got many NFL segments we could get to, but I have one that stood out.
There's a lot in the notes yesterday we didn't get to.
There is, and there's an update on Kyle Shanahan, and it's his fault, and there's contracts.
This story is so weird, man.
Very weird story.
What is going on here? Just get to the bottom of it and announce what happened.
Yeah.
Why
I
did
think
he have
yesterday
to call?
He did. I
He's
think
like,
he said,
wait. Hold on. You guys come in here. Why is this getting reported that it was her fault?
I think
And everybody's
he-
running with it. What is happening right now?
Well, it wasn't his fault or the team's fault. That was I forget who it is, the San Francisco or Palo Alto police thing that they got sent out. No, this is not that story. I don't know if you're a believer in this or if this makes you feel worse or better about a coach. There's a coach coming in with a really good NFL roster who just signed a stud defensive tackle to a monster extension yesterday that many are going, I don't know how to feel about him. He has a Super Bowl title, but is he elite? Is he good? Is he okay? Is he been carried by talent? It's a very odd thing what we do with Nick Sirianni. He's entering his 6th season, by the way, as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes, he is.
And we found out via Tim McManus, Nick Sirianni's gearing up for a comeback season. You know what you need to do? You need to type into ChatGPT, how do I relate to my players?
You got ChatGPT, GPT. I can't say that right.
GPT.
GPT. Thank you.
Nick Sirianni is using ChatGPT according to Tim McManus'
For what?
ESPN
Not to call plays,
story.
is he? What are we doing here?
No, it's how to relate to players. It's
players.
basically how am I cool to my players? He's looking for any and everything. He uses daily quizzes. He uses ChatGPT. He's just using anything he can get his hands on to try to be more likable and relatable with his players.
Look, maybe the robots will eventually take us over, and I could say to our overlords, I apologize for everything that I ever said. If there's an update on my head coach coming out of training camp that they're using ChatGPT to relate to players, I am immediately panicked about the upcoming season. We know that, right? Like, if that's your coach, you're all going there in the same spot, are you not?
I'm a little
That's what you're
concerned.
doing? That's the
I'm a little
storyline out of
concerned.
week 1 of training camp, is that
Yeah.
you're using a robot to help you relate to human beings? You've been a coach in the NFL for how long,
This
man?
is 6th season in
You've
Philly.
won a Super Bowl.
I
You know
know.
everybody on the roster. You've been there for a lot of their developments and the drafting of them. Like, how is that possible? I do believe, if I remember correctly now that you brought that up, I don't think we talked about it. Didn't he get caught using it in a prompt in an email to the team? But he
did.
And he forgot to erase the ChatGPT
This is
part.
why when McManus wrote the story, Yahoo Sports followed it up. It was like, did he get caught using
He
AI?
absolutely did. Absolutely did.
Now, I'm a believer in AI can help you with a lot of things, but like there was an email I was going to send the other day, and my brother-in-law, who uses AI far more than I probably ever will,
Hits the prompt, help me out, clean this thing up.
prompts it up, and he gives me this laundry list written out email. He goes, just fill in the blanks. And I looked at him and I said, I'll take the bullet point notes of what this is basically telling me to say, but I'm writing all this myself.
Yeah, I'm going to...
It's me.
I have the ability to word this and write a couple of sentences.
Some people don't do that. Some people do just fill in the blanks and let the AI do the work.
Send the thing out.
See every high school student in America.
Yeah, college student.
But
too.
yeah, he recently he was bragging about his ChatGPT usage, and there was an email sent, and people were wondering, "Do you using it for every single element of your life?" Now, I don't know if that's fully the truth, but it is a funny thing to admit out loud as a coach and be like, yeah, ChatGPT helps me relate a little.
Again, if there's a prompt of a question, if there's like we use it all the time to a certain extent on the show because we just Googled, is it legal to call your lawyer when you get pulled over for a DUI in Wisconsin? I don't know the answer to that, and I'm assuming that an internet robot will know the answer to that question. When it comes to relating to players, and
The email
human
story,
beings-
by the way, is fake.
Okay, the email story is fake. Okay,
yeah.
I wasn't sure. I saw that and I'm like, did he really not delete the prompt in that?
But in
That's
the
pretty bad.
ESPN McManus story,
He acknowledges it.
he's like, I use a lot of things now. I'm trying to do what I can to find the best out of our team.
I mean, the last time we were here with Nick Sirianni, to be fair, he lost the team. They got boat raced in the playoffs, and we all said dead man walking, and what did they do? They won the Super Bowl. The last time we were in this spot with Nick Sirianni. It is funny how literally 2 years later, we're right back in the same spot. Now, they didn't get blown out in their playoff game, but I think considering who they lost to and how shorthanded the 49ers were, it felt like a blowout game. Because what did Seattle do to San Francisco the very
San
next
Francisco
week?
had no business
They had
dominating them the
no
way they
business,
did.
none at all. They had no business winning that game. They had no healthy players available. It was ridiculous. And Seattle the next week showcased how shorthanded San Francisco was, and they dominated them, and the game was over in the first quarter. The last time we were here, he won a Super Bowl, so maybe he pulls another rabbit out of his hat and they find a way to do it again this year, and I'm going to be screaming from the mountaintop that their quarterback isn't that good, but that certainly isn't the storyline that I want out of my team in training camp.
Well, the good storyline, I would say, from the Philadelphia end, if we get away from the joking about Nick Sirianni's reliance on ChatGPT, according to many out there, it sounds like Sean Mannion's offense is looking pretty good. Now, it's camp. It's against themselves.
Training camp, couple of days in.
But I think a lot of people are feeling good about the way Sean Mannion's coaching it. He's very obsessed, detail-oriented. It's a very different. It's back to what it was with Kellen Moore.
Right.
Is what it is kind of the vibe they're getting very early. But again,
They're not
it
going to
is
TP
early.
his house a month into the season? Is that what you're telling me?
Let's wait and see on
He's
that.
not going to
Let's
get
fill it
stuff thrown at his vehicle as he's driving down the highway to the facility.
Loaded second hour. We're going to kick it off with a guest in Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. Jake Butt, Big Ten Network, joins us hour 2 on the Fan.
Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks highlighting day 2 of Big Ten Football Media Days. Dan Lanning scheduled to take the podium at 10:45 a.m. this morning on the Big Ten Network. We go to Chicago next with Big Ten Network analyst Jake Butt. Ohio State, UCLA also on the docket today. Portland Fire unable to slow down Asia Wilson and the Aces Tuesday night. They go down 98-83. Wilson had 28 points and 14 boards. Portland off till Friday. Caitlin Clark and the Fever coming to Moda Center. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
You're going to say Estelle. You're going to surprise me, and I'm not going to judge you for it. Estelle seems like she was probably wild.
Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 The Fan.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2. Dirt and Sprague here, 105.1 The Fan, and what we like to call the Fan Sports Network. A delightful little fun football start to our Wednesday in hour number 1. You can catch that at 1051thefan.com. Also discussed the Tony Romo arrest video.
Yes.
From his ooey. And a poll question is up from our last segment. Would you be nervous about your football coach using ChatGPT
That's a hard
to relate
yes.
to his players? Yes or no? You can vote at Dirt and Sprague.
Who's voting no on that? I'm not buying it. Only nerds are voting no on that.
Let's ask our guests here. Let's open up Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague as we do every day at 7 a.m., and we like to order our breakfast. Jake Butt here.
Getting ready to go on TV, man.
He's getting ready to go on TV. Jake Butt, Big Ten Network. He is at Media Days. He's been great on day 1. Getting ready for day 2. Jake, good morning. Couple things to throw at you. On the menu this morning is some duck hash with sunny side eggs up. How you feeling about that?
Duck hash.
Yep.
Isn't that duck is more fine dining from what I'm aware of. I'm not a big fine dining guy. I just like breakfast sausage.
Yeah, you're a true Midwesterner.
I mean, that's
right
all
there,
we
sir.
need. Jake is a real American right there.
Now, let me ask you a
That's
follow-up. If your football coach, you find out he's been using ChatGPT to relate to you and your teammates, do you instantly feel like you can't trust him?
Yes, because as a byproduct, I don't really trust ChatGPT. It just kind of tells us what we want to hear.
Oh my God!
And then look, here's the thing, guys.
Yeah.
I played for Jim Harbaugh. Like, he's not the most. You don't say, hey, I'm going to call Jim Harbaugh at midnight and have a hour-long conversation. And I like that. I don't need my football coach to relate to me. I want to win, push me. That's all I care about.
Hey, man, look, 2 for 2 right out of the gate, all right? Sausage and no ChatGPT. This is why we love Jake Butt. This is why he's the best. We're all excited for Oregon to hear what they have to say at Big Ten Media Day. Obviously, Lanning will be last, and coming through the Big Ten Network studio, or the desk you guys got there. What were the takeaways from day 1? What were the big highlights and the standout moments or quotes that you saw from coaches or players that kind of stuck away with you?
Yeah, you know what? I think what really stood out to me was Lincoln Riley and just how important this season is for USC. It's like that age-old quote, to whom much is given, much is required. When they cut that big 9-figure check to bring him to USC, it wasn't with the expectations that good was ever going to be good enough. It was with championship expectations. And talking to Lincoln at the desk, he understands that. He said he doesn't know any different. It's been the case since he was the head coach back at Oklahoma. And I know that I have zero doubts that Lincoln Riley, especially returning his quarterback, Jaden Mayaba, that offense is going to be able to score points. But I think where they've really struggled consistently and why they've struggled on the road and in big games has been in the trenches. And what Lincoln, he kind of opened his presser with this, saying that since he took the job at USC, he has never felt better about the quality of player and depth that he has in the trenches. So that's something that I think maybe got overlooked, but I think it's really important understanding how important this season is for Lincoln Riley, that he's going to be able to rely on the players he has up front.
Yeah, Jake Butt, our guest here, Big Ten Network, as Media Days roll on in Chicago, on Twitter at JBooty88. What do you think Lincoln Riley would have said of, is this where you envision USC year 5 of your program?
I think he would have given an answer to the extent of, hey, they knew it was going to take some time, and I think that's fair. He talked about how his philosophy in roster building has changed. Remember, year 1, they went heavy into the transfer portal. And the good thing is that led to a quick turnaround, a lot of success with Caleb Williams way back then. But the challenge is that doesn't lead towards long-term success. You use the transfer portal for a year or two, and then those guys graduate. Coming off of this past offseason, he just signed the number 1 recruiting class coming out of high school. They're loaded with youthful talent. He thinks a number of those guys are going to contribute this year. So I think, it's both. I think Trojan fans want to see that team win now. Obviously, we look at what Signetti has done, and it's like, why can't our program do it? But with Lincoln Riley, I think this year is really important for him to actually start to show some of that potential and really get close at a minimum, if not all the way into the college football playoff.
Yeah, we saw the media poll come out kind of leading into all this kicking off yesterday. Ohio State picked to finish first, Oregon State second, Indiana third. I'm curious if you agree with the order at the top of the conference. How would you vote for it? And then as we get ready to hear from Lanning and the rest of the Oregon players today, kind of what are your thoughts on the Ducks and what are you looking forward to hearing about or asking about today with the Oregon coach and players?
Yeah, I would say I think roster-wise, Oregon has the best roster of all those teams. I mean, you guys got the best defensive line in college football. You have a quarterback that would have been a top 3 pick in last year's NFL draft. That, of course, matters. You're loaded at running back. I love your 2 young running backs. I think you maybe have the best cornerback in all college football in Brandon Finney Jr. I'd say the only question I have is you're introducing 2 new coordinators, and particularly on the offensive side of the ball, what is that going to look like? Just kind of structuring game plans against the better teams. I think that really matters. And to that exact point, I would pick Indiana number 1, because at this point I'm done. I've got burned betting against Signetti. I think we all have. I'm done betting against him, and they returned their entire coaching staff, guys. Like, that is so rare of a team that won a national championship, and then they reloaded in the portal and went out and got Josh Hoover, the number 1 portal quarterback. So you can't go wrong picking any of those teams. I like them all for different reasons, but I'd probably lean towards saying Signetti's a safe bet to go repeat.
Jake Butt, our guest here, Big Ten Network. More pressure on them going into the season to accomplish the almighty. Dan Lanning or Steve Sarkisian?
Oh, Steve Sarkisian. Steve Sarkisian for sure. I just think Texas, with where it's the same thing of, basically Texas with their history. When you hire Steve Sarkisian, it comes with an expectation to continue that history. And when Dan Lanning was brought out to Oregon, he was tasked with doing something that no one else has done before, which is to go get that national championship. I just think both teams are – I wouldn't even call it pressure. We talked about this at the desk yesterday, and we had a kind of a long conversation as it applies to Dan Lanning. Like, you don't want to put too much pressure on yourself because only one team can win a national championship, right? Like, that can't be our standard for success or disappointment. I just really think long-term, Dan Lanning, there's going to be a national title brought to Oregon. I just absolutely believe that with him being the head coach there. I think they got a great chance this year, but again, only one team can be there's only one singular national champion.
Yeah, the title or bust stuff can be tough because you can come close. It's really hard to win a national championship in the modern era, and that you don't want that to feel like a failure if you're actually knocking on the door and getting close. You mentioned you couldn't go wrong with the top 3 in the conference, and I agree with you. Like Ohio State, we know how talented they are year in and year out. Oregon's returning a ton of guys, and Indiana just won the damn championship. So you pick any of them, I get it. Is there another team that you truly buy in that can finish? Like, if one of those teams suffers some injuries or things don't go their way, that you think could jump into that top 3? Or do you look at the conference as those 3 gap, then USC, Michigan, so on and so forth? Is that the way you view the Big Ten this year?
Yeah, I do. I just look at the rosters, who's coming back, the coaching staffs. I think it would be crazy to say it isn't, Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State, and then a bit of a gap. But it is an interesting conversation, though, because, who is there a fourth team or a fifth team that can sneak into the playoff and compete? And I think those teams I'm looking at are USC, Michigan. They got a brutal schedule there. I'm a believer in Kyle Whittingham, but it's a really brutal schedule. Interested to see Matt Campbell, what he does at Penn State. I think they got their work cut out for them. There's a lot of roster turnover, but the benefit they have, it's a really easy schedule. And that's another thing to just consider when we're talking about these seasons. Penn State, that schedule is extremely manageable. Yeah. They could win 10 or 11 games, and USC might only win 8 or 9 games. That doesn't mean that Penn State's better than USC, though, because USC has a brutal schedule. So there's got to be a little nuance to these conversations. I know we don't like nuance all the time in sports talk, but that's the way I look at it, at least.
Yeah. Big Ten Network analyst Jake Butt, our guest, at JBooty88. We were talking. We actually started the show today. Normally we just kind of ease into the radio program and say, what'd you do yesterday? Start off with some football today because I'm watching yesterday. I missed a couple of the coaches' press conferences, so I had the Big Ten Network on, and I'm rewatching some of the speeches the coaches gave, and admittedly popped about a half gummy taking audio for the radio program here, Jake, and I'm watching, and just it wasn't you, it was the other guys on the desk, and they're basically like, I don't buy Michigan. I don't think the offense is good. And my opinion is I think it's almost a universal truth in college football outside of the blue and maize bubble that we're just expecting Bryce Underwood to suck. And I find it a very odd thing. I'm not a Michigan fan, but I was finding myself defending the guys. He was a freshman last year. His coach got fired. Let's see what he is with a real coach in Kyle Whittingham. What do you make of year 2 for a Bryce Underwood, the number 1 player who didn't have such a great freshman season for Michigan?
Yeah, well, here's going to be the nuance for you guys. I'll bring the nuance measured take. Yes, he came in. He was 17 years old when he walked on campus last year in Ann Arbor. Played the season when he turned 18 years old. So, yeah, I get he's a 5-star, but no one was expecting him to go out there and win the Heisman right away. Maybe he might have thought in his own dreams he had a chance at it, but that's just not realistic. And the coaching staff, all the drama off the field in Ann Arbor, it wasn't a situation set up to allow a young, talented kid to flourish. Now, you bring in Kyle Whittingham, Jason Beck, the play caller, Coy Detmer, the quarterback coach. They've kind of insulated him with and surrounded him with quality, proven coaches that should lead to growth. The question is how much growth? And here's the nuanced take, though. It's true Michigan won 9 games last year. I think Michigan could be a significantly improved team. I think Bryce Underwood could be a significantly improved quarterback. And yet, here's the defenses they play. Oklahoma, Iowa, Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State. That's 5 of the top defenses in all of college football. So good luck, good luck. That's where the nuance comes in here. And I just hope for Bryce, don't worry about the outside noise. The question he needs to ask every day is, hey, did I get closer to my goals? Did I get better as a quarterback? And I would say one final thing, guys, is I'm covering Michigan. I called a number of games last year. Bryce is like Cam Newton. I mean, he is a great runner, a big, physical, strong kid. And yet, for whatever reason, the coaching staff last year didn't want to run him. And it became this strange, weird conversation where they weren't really answering questions to the media. That's not going to be the case with Kyle Whittingham. They're going to let Bryce use his legs. I think that's going to unlock another element of confidence, which really should help Bryce flourish.
I would categorize the entire situation in Michigan last year as strange and weird, and that's not just for on the field.
There we go.
You know who's not? Kyle Whittingham is not strange and weird. That's why that was such a good hire. We've known Kyle for a long time. Is Luke Fickell at Big Ten Media Days a year from now?
Yes. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
He had a really renewed energy to him. I mean, this has been a tough stretch for him. I mean, I've been at the Big Ten Network for 5 years, and every year, pretty much since Fickell got hired at the media days, we pull up their schedule, and we're like, wow, man, Wisconsin, that is one of the toughest schedules in college football. Every year they've went into the portal to get a quarterback, and then every year that quarterback has gotten injured before the season even gets a chance to get going. So you combine that's just a losing recipe. And they kind of lost their identity. But Fickell made a strong comment a few weeks ago to the press saying he is renewed and ready to go attack this season. He wants to get Wisconsin back to a respectable program. And here's the big difference. They have a much more manageable schedule this year. They bring in a quarterback that's a 1,000-yard rusher from last year. I think that's going to help their offensive identity. I think they averaged about 13 points per game on offense last year. I would not be shocked if they doubled that output this year, which should lead to 7 or 8 wins, which would be a huge step forward, which, to answer your original question, I think that leads to Fickle being back here next year.
13 points per game is so bad.
That's terrible.
Not good enough,
Although they
right?
did beat the Huskies with their punter being the leading passer. So, maybe
I just rewatched the end of that game. That was a disaster class. Jake Butt, our guest here, Big Ten Media Days rolling on. Day 2 in Chicago. Dan Lanning is set to speak at about 3 hours and 30 minutes here if the schedule stays with what it is. He's on Twitter at JBooty88. I don't know if I'm just – maybe my co-host and I are stuck in our own little weird Northwest bubble here, and you will disagree with some of the premise of what I'm about to say. But the guy that has a national championship seemingly wins 10 games or better every single season – pierced his nipples, is always in the running. How many more seasons does Ryan Day need to be successful before everybody universally says Ryan Day is an elite coach? Because there is still a part of that, the sports world in college football,
even in their own fan base,
that feels like they don't give him his due, and I don't know what that is about.
I think I don't know who made that comment, but I completely agree. I think it's probably starts from their own fan base more than anything, And if your own fans are, I grew up in Columbus, Ohio. I know I played at Michigan. That city is just, they are rabid about Ohio State football, and sometimes what that leads to is impossible expectations. Like Buckeye fans think that they should win the national championship every single year and the Big Ten title every single year, and that they should go undefeated against every team, and that leads to some impossible expectations. But I will say, I think probably part of this is the early record against Michigan, that loss to Michigan back in 2024 when they went on to win the national title. Like, I think that has kind of been planted into Buckeye fans' minds and maybe clouds their judgment a little bit. But guys, it's back to the other conversation. There's only one national champion every single year. Last year, I'm sure for Buckeye fans, that was viewed as a disappointing season. I get it, but you lost to Indiana and Miami, the two teams that played for the national title. Like, that's not a bad season at all. So, my opinion, he's one of the best 3 to 5 coaches in college football, no doubt.
Yeah, not to mention the fact they could have easily won both those games, too, against Indiana in the Big Ten title game and then Miami in the playoff game. Is there a coach, a storyline, a theme, if you will, that we have not asked about that's high on your interest radar going into the Big Ten that maybe isn't getting the buzz or the credit that you think it should?
Well, I would just say generally, one of the things that's been going on, the SEC media days, they were kind of posturing and politicking and pitching the case for their conference, and then Big Ten fans come back, and one of the topics I've heard is the top of the Big Ten, meaning Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State, is better than the top of the SEC, but the middle part of the SEC is better than the Big Ten. I would challenge that, and I think that, one, I would just challenge the history of it, but two, I would point to all the new coaches coming into the Big Ten. Bob Chesney at UCLA, Kyle Whittingham at Michigan, Pat Fitzgerald, Michigan State, Matt Campbell at Penn State. Like that's the meat of your conference right now. That's that next tier down on top of an Illinois or Washington, USC, right? Like the meat of the conference is in a really, really good spot, and it's been really interesting and fun to get to know the new coaches. And excited to hear from more of them throughout the week.
We'll let you go here in just a minute because we appreciate the time. I know it's a busy time for you. You got a lot of work ahead of you today. Washington, they lost their quarterback. They brought him back. It's an odd dynamic. I think a lot of people that aren't players project how they would feel if they were players. I've always thought players don't live in the same world as most fans and media. Jake Butt, you've been a player. You're in the media now. How would Jake Butt, the player, have felt about DeMond Williams leaving and then coming back, and how that whole thing went down, and what is your expectations for the Huskies?
Yeah, I think here's the nuance again. I would be happy that he eventually decided to return because Washington is much better with DeMond Williams under center than they are without him. I also think I would understand as a player he was offered a lot of money, and that's really hard to turn down. He was under a ton of pressure. I would just be happy that he's back throwing me passes, if I was playing tight end for him. And I think my expectations, I played for Jed Fish. I'm a fan of Jed Fish. I think he's building something really solid and special there. And I look back at last season, they were a lot closer than people give them credit for. They were competitive against Ohio State, against Michigan. The big question for me for the Huskies, I think will decide their season, is what they do in the trenches on both sides of the ball. They just, a few injuries here and there really decimated their chances last season. So, looking at the line of scrimmage.
Okay, true or false? We're in a trust tree. We've known you a while now. You're a pretty good guest for us. We love talking football with you. True or false? You went back to the hotel room to rewatch yourself on TV to see how the hair and the outfit looked.
Ooh.
No. I was ready to just tune out of football last night. So I'll be back again today. It's my wife's birthday, so I won't be watching myself tonight either. So you guys I need you guys to let me know if the hair's off or anything.
Hey, I got
I'll be counting on you guys.
You're right behind my co-host right now because I got the replay yesterday. Looks
look good.
fantastic.
You look good.
It looks phenomenal.
Look
Nice
good.
tan. Good work in
Good
the
to know.
summer. We're ready for ball. Let's
Hey,
go, baby.
true or false? A coach being super tan tells us he trusts that the program's in great shape. A pale coach says he's grinding and the program is still building.
Oh, I guess that's a fair. That we'll have to ask Matt Campbell, because Matt Campbell was by far the most tan coach. So let's see how Penn State does this year.
Yeah, he was. Jake Butt, Big Ten Network. Have a great day. Happy birthday to your wife. Thanks for hopping on. We'll catch up with you when camps get going.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Take
there we
care.
go. Jake Butt, Big Ten Media Network.
Love me some Jake Butt.
Love some Jake Butt.
Great new friend of the program. A wonderful new relationship that we formed last season.
Yes.
Been a great hit. I don't know. I'll be curious. Oregon only has one Big Ten Network game right now. It's their that we know about. It's their Portland State game in Week 3. It's a Friday night game.
Wasn't he on the Portland State
He
game?
did.
Or
I mean,
whatever the
he
game was
came
last
out
year?
and called. I can't remember which one he called, but he called one at Autzen. I remember. Might have been their first game of the year, maybe.
Who was their patsy?
Montana State.
That was the game he called.
The national champions. I don't know if he's going to be here for
Really?
the. You're damn right. Get you one of those.
By the way, I loved your slip up that I didn't want to correct you on.
What did I say?
You asked if Oregon State was going to be in the top 3 with Indiana and Ohio State.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you dropped a beat.
I said Oregon State in there?
I didn't want to correct the record.
Did I really?
You did.
I mean, I think you guys.
I
are
don't
top
know why
3.
that was on your brain. It was just odd.
I don't know.
God bless the Beaver.
Yeah, God bless the Beaver.
We love the Beaver. I'll be curious if he comes out. They have some other candidates for Big Ten Network games like down the road, like their Northwestern game, maybe at home. Like,
No doubt.
There's a few in there. I hope he gets back out to Autzen and calls another game.
Good stuff from Jake Butt and Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. It's a big meal, and we didn't have a lot of time to eat. It got cold. Let's pack it up. Little leftover swag.
Oh, I thought we were going to order seconds.
Oh, you want to order seconds?
Oh, you need another dish?
Yeah, let's have another cup of coffee.
Duck hash? We're throwing duck hash at him, huh?
Dude, how Lake Oswego Fat Swag has came to play. We'll get to it next on The Fan. All right, welcome back in. Great stuff from Jake Butt, Big Ten Network. Loves your Oregon Ducks. Absolutely giving them the best chance. Although he did say he took Indiana one just because
Indiana to win.
Cincinnati scares the hell out of him.
I mean, it is such a unique thing. We talked about that at the end of the last year. When was the last time we had a championship team coach the way that they were coached, hold on to their entire staff? Like, that is such a rare thing.
You were very upset by that, and I think a lot of people were
get
too.
those people out of there, man. Why are people taking my coordinators? They beat us twice. Go get their coordinators, Kentucky.
Thing is, with a good guest, when you invite them to breakfast, is sometimes you talk too much and you didn't eat the food you wanted to eat, so Swag made a good point. We got to order it up.
Order up!
And we're going to dive back in because we got leftovers and more food to eat here at Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague as we extend it.
I'm down for two
Yeah, you
breakfasts.
ordered eggs. They got cold because you were talking so much. You know what?
I'll pay for it.
I'll pay for it.
Back.
Can you make me an omelet? I'm still hungry.
Yeah, well,
what are we doing here?
we're eating more food. What's wrong
Maybe
with
having
that?
a breakfast cocktail.
What did you think of his duck hash comment?
That sounds like a Jake Butt comment.
That's a guy that grew up in Ohio.
I'd
Central
probably
Ohio.
respond the same way.
Can
Hey,
I
you
just
want our
have
duck
some
hash
sausage?
special? No, you got some bacon in there?
Let's start with the commissioner of the Big Ten, Tony Batiti, on the expansion of playoff yesterday.
I mean, he's been public about certain preferences he has, but he's committed himself to doing the work around all formats. And we've done the same thing. We have strong opinions about where the right path is. I think there's been an evolution since we were here last year about how people feel about 24 at this point, and we've made adjustments in our league. We were focused on automatic qualifiers. We're not focused on that anymore. We're looking at the committee picking the field to 24. We feel that ultimately will still unlock the power of scheduling that we want. So we work every day with it. I think the path is you've got to be able to do this in a way that allows you to not play championship games. There's obviously significant economic value in our championship games across the P4. And so we've got to understand where that is. And if we can find the value, then I think it just changes the tone of the conversations.
So Tony Petiti advocating again, says him and Sankey need to have conversations, but he still believes it's going to be a 24-team expanded playoff.
I think, unfortunately, I don't know what the ramifications would be for the regular season. We've debated that. I don't really know where I land on that topic.
It does take some away.
Right. It's ultimately football, and we're still going to love it because it's football. And to your point, largely when Oregon lost to Indiana last year, and it was their only loss of the season, it's in the regular season it still ruined my day. It still ruined my weekend, and I knew that they were still having a good shot at making the playoff. Unfortunately, because of the point that Jake Butt talked about there, when these exploded conferences happened, they have created schedules that are manageable and schedules that are incredibly tough. And that's not the way that I think we should accurately view who is the better team and who should make the college football playoff. Michigan, for his example, plays 5 of the best defenses in the country this year. They might go 8-4. They might be better than Penn State, but Penn State might be 10-2 because guess who they don't play? Indiana, Ohio State, or Oregon. And so if you win that USC game at home, you got a great shot at going 10-2, and you don't play Oklahoma in non-conference. For all of these reasons listed, I do think Petiti is ultimately going to end up winning this argument. We will expand to 24, and you get other networks involved. It's a cash flow that comes in. We just don't have an accurate way of viewing who the best teams are anymore because the schedules are so unbalanced.
Order up!
I think for the last 6 months we've been reminded why it was such a great fit for us at Penn State. I think the history, what it means to play there, but how you do it. The integrity, the character in the class, in its finest moments, what Penn State football has stood for really resonated with myself and certainly my background. So it really had to be a perfect fit, and that's really why.
Well, as Jake Butt and many others observed yesterday, that's really tan Matt Campbell, new Penn State coach, explaining how the first 6 months of being head coach is exactly why he took the job, of how great it's been.
Yeah, very interesting year ahead for them, right? I mean, Franklin was so good for a long time, but his biggest issue was not winning games against teams that he was supposed to beat. He beat everybody he was supposed to beat, but he couldn't beat the teams he wasn't supposed to beat or he was an underdog in. They got a very manageable schedule right away, and I think as time has told us in college football, you don't get the same leeway that you used to with these jobs. There's not this thought of like, oh, give him 2, 3, 4 years, get his guys in there, and then you turn it around. He brought essentially all of the best players with him from Iowa State. And so I think you're going into year one, you're not expecting necessarily maybe a playoff or a Big Ten title, but you're expecting to be a competent team that wins 8, 9 games, that is in the mix and a lot because of who you brought in and because of what your schedule was. I think the world of him as a coach, but it's much different expectations at Penn State than it is Iowa State.
Order up!
I spent a couple of years in the SEC, was with Slive, and then transitioned to Sankey. And I just think about it now. Everybody's going to have opinions, and obviously they're going to draw the Big Ten, SEC, and all that goes around about that. But to sit in the room with both of those guys, I think with Tony and the vision and experience that he has, and to be in the room where Sankey, I know he's got to protect the SEC, and they kind of want to live in 2005 forever. But I think the forward thinking of where we are in college football is an awesome thing.
There is Brett Bielema, Illinois coach. SEC stuck in 2005 forever. I do not believe he is wrong on that. The way they talk, it's just like, yeah, back in the day, we dominated. Yeah, okay, cool. Win a title.
He did coach in the SEC, so he's got experience in both conferences. There's some of this stuff, the back and forth of it, that I'm just like, to a certain extent, if you're the Big Ten, you've won 3 consecutive national championships. You're also at Illinois, and you have not won those national championships. Like, are you the right vessel to be delivering that message?
Yes. Everybody in that conference should be dunking on them because they are whiny little bees, dude. I
get it.
If PJ Fleck rode the boat all over them, I wouldn't care.
Has he beaten an SEC team in his time at Minnesota?
Is
that a requirement? Do you need to have beaten an SEC team in order to talk about like, yes, the Big Ten is the toast of college football because they've won 3 straight national titles. You know who has not won one of those national titles? Illinois. He's 23-22 in Big Ten play over the last 5 years.
You became Mr. Big Ten there, but I think if your team has one of those 3, you have a different tune.
Well, then I want my coach to jump into the fray. But until then, let's win one.
Order up.
Yeah, I've said this, multiple times. I mean, the only 2 places that I've been at a head coach at were blue blood schools that had the highest of expectations. So honestly, I've really known anything different. We're a product of our own experiences, and that's been mine. And so every year, I expect to win. I expect us to win. I expect us to compete for and win championships, and that doesn't change. I do, though, certainly will give you what has changed is I do believe we're more equipped than at any point in the previous few years.
There's Lincoln Riley, year 5, giving us the expectations for the Trojans. I was watching his. Didn't really have a lot of takeaways, although that was probably his best thing.
His Notre Dame stuff is still driving everybody crazy.
Check my previous comments. I mean, it's like, okay, thanks, dude.
We wanted to play the game. If things had happened that said were going to happen, we'd still be playing the game. You coward.
I asked Jake Butt this, and I know what he would say publicly. What would Lincoln going into USC, not even having had his first year with Caleb in the year that Caleb and USC went to the Pac-12 title game, what would he have thought if I showed him that's your first 5 years or your first 4 seasons going into your 5th season?
You're saying going into year 5, now we have everything where we need it to be.
Now we might be able to be a playoff team.
This ain't year 2.
Nope.
This ain't year 3.
I also show him Indiana won the title.
In 2 years.
Dan Lanning's been to the playoff a couple
Twice.
times.
Yeah. Lincoln Riley's never won a playoff game.
Washington.
Never won a playoff game, Lincoln Riley. He's been head coach for well over a decade at 2 very prestigious universities.
He is somebody that I have so far been pretty wrong on about his USC experience.
I love that we got the press conference from him yesterday. It was one of the only ones that I watched from start to finish. The other ones you're like skimming of like, okay, I don't need an answer on that random player that's a linebacker. We're not going to play that on the show. It was one of the few that I watched from start to finish. It was not very long. So is this the accountability season then? If everything's where you want it to be, the alignment's there.
The recruits are young.
So if you go 8-4, is it just, well, now we were just young, so now next year will be the year? Like Lincoln Riley has become the Portland Trailblazers of making a big move. It's never the offseason. It's never the deadline, and you just kick the can down the road. No. We can't do it in the offseason. We got to do it at the deadline. So we're year 5, now things are aligned, and we're ready to have expectations. Got it. So 8-4 is a failure then? Or is 8-4 a building year because you're a young team, and next year 6 is when it happens?
You know what those 2 things have in common? Danny Meringue believes in both of them.
What?
Order up.
I don't know if you ever submit yourself. I think you have to. I know as players, you have these barriers, and once you beat a team like the Chiefs, which was the pretty much the roadblock for the Broncos and every other team in the AFC West. It gives you a little bit more confidence, and now you know you're not circling them on. Chris knows when you get a schedule, you kind of circle the teams you think you can beat, sort of the teams that you're kind of like, I don't know about that. I think you might be putting a circle around the Chiefs more often than not now. Before, that used to be like, no, we're not winning. Like, that was going to be an L. That's an L. But now you're like, okay, we feel like we can beat the Chiefs.
This is something I want to dive into tomorrow or at some point. That was Terrell Davis, Mile High Salute Terrell Davis on ESPN Radio.
Hall of Famer Terrell Davis.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to say out loud, and it's not going to take up the rest of this segment. I do want to, where are you guys at on agreeing with him that you don't look at the Chiefs anymore and go, oh, that's an L? Like, he's saying you can circle the Chiefs and say, winnable game.
Look, I would love it because I want my guy, Mr. Madison Beer, to win the division and go on a run, but I'm not like...
You're not there?
How many times did we do this to New England? How many times do we do this? And I both hands raised because I did it about a dozen times. It's over. Dude, they haven't won a playoff game in like 4 years. The Patriots are cooked. Brady's old. It ain't happening. He's 35. Yeah. And then he went on one in like 4 more Super Bowls. So, no, I'm not there in any way.
But I think it's more about...
It's the first time we've seen him have a down non-playoff year in Mahomes' career.
But there's context to this.
Yeah, I
What's
think
the
it's
context?
more about...
So you're not scared of the Chiefs anymore, Mr. Charger?
I mean, there's...
Bring on Kansas City?
Were you scared of them last year?
Yeah, I mean, as the year went on, the answer was
You're
no.
not as scared of him. You're ready for the fight. Like when Tyson was at his heyday, you wouldn't even take that fight. You would I'm not gonna go get my ass whooped in 45 seconds.
I think watching that. Let me say
after Buster Douglas took him down, you'll take the fight. It doesn't mean you don't need to train your ass off and have a good game plan going in.
Sure,
but you're willing to take the fight.
You may disagree with this, and this is why I think it's an interesting conversation to have at a later date. I think watching them get so utterly embarrassed by the Eagles, and
in
then
the Super Bowl,
and then the follow-up last year, I think it's gaining traction. It doesn't mean you're saying it's the most winnable. I don't know if I agree with circling and saying, well, that's a win.
Yeah,
but I don't think you're looking at it and you're going, well, damn, that's a loss. Like I don't think
Patrick
you're
Mahomes not
it up.
scary to play anymore.
Of course he does. He's going to keep defensive coordinators up at night.
So
but
the guy who has the football in his hands on every play is still scary. One of the best quarterbacks
Is Joe
in the NFL.
Burrow scary?
Yeah, when he's healthy, absolutely, he's scary.
Are the Bengals the circle game?
The Bengals haven't won 3 Super Bowls.
Just ask, you brought a quarterback. I'm just throwing a quarterback at you.
It's not the automatic L. You
It
don't
doesn't
just
feel
glance
quite
over
the
that.
same.
I mean, I
there's
never,
nothing we can do.
I never look, and maybe this is different. I never looked at them on the schedule as like, they're literally unbeatable. That was never my thought. We
but if
knew
your
they were the
team
best
played
team in
and
the
you didn't
NFL.
feel great about it.
I wasn't super confident in my ability to go win,
No.
and now I'm not going into the game saying I'm super confident that this is an easy dub. I'm just saying they still have Patrick Mahomes at quarterback.
We'll get into that at some point, as obviously is a very interesting topic. So you went up, Swag, before we break.
Yeah, speaking of AI,
Yeah.
which we love, I said PJ Fleck versus SEC teams.
Yes, has he ever win?
Wait, what did you put this in?
So Google search.
Yeah.
PJ Fleck versus SEC teams.
Okay.
4 years as a head coach at Western Michigan, going into his 10th year. This will be his 10th season at Minnesota.
10th season at Minnesota. That is bonkers.
He's never faced an SEC team.
Well, he never lost to one then.
Undefeated.
Saturday, September 12th, this season, Mississippi State comes to Minnesota.
You can't lose that game. It's
Mississippi
State.
We're going to have to do something that week.
You
I will
can't lose
remember
that game.
this.
That's his first SEC opponent.
As a head coach, first time he's going up against an SEC
Like
team.
Bielema does all his chest pumping because they played South Carolina in a bowl game 2 years ago and they won the game and it got spicy at the end and he did the whole SEC suck stuff and he also got fired by an SEC school. So he's got a little bit of an axe to grind. But
Now, if Google AI is missing something, let me know.
So can we come to the agreement that if they lose to Mississippi State in year 10 at Minnesota in non-conference,
he cannot.
You're not allowed to talk trash about the SEC?
He can't.
You're not. He himself. Big Ten top coach is fine. PJ Fleck?
Not so much.
Not allowed?
I'll agree.
Thank you. That's all I ask.
Also, how loud are the cowbells going to be in Minneapolis?
Very loud.
They're going to take over that stadium.
Very loud.
It's a good drinking city.
Yes,
it's
it is.
right near downtown.
If you want to talk about
That's a good road trip.
random off-the-radar college football game that I wouldn't mind
we're
going
gonna pay
to,
attention to.
I think. Plus, I'm going to Minneapolis where the weather is good. September 12th.
September should be nice.
Could be a lovely time in Minneapolis.
People from Mississippi will see like electricity for the first time.
I'll have
It'll
to
be wild
look.
for them.
I don't know if the Vikings home opening game is at home.
What's this light on the ceiling? What's this light?
If I just want to take in some college football random atmosphere,
What week did you say it is?
It's September the 12th.
Okay.
God, why
it's
are we
week
talking
2.
about this?
Let me look at my week 2 slate.
You brought up PJ.
I just used a coach. He didn't even make it. This is a Bielema related thing.
Let's-
and now we're
This is
throwing
my
PJ
value-added
Fleck.
producer work.
Week 2, you get the Oklahoma-Michigan game.
Yeah.
Washington State's playing at Kansas State. That's actually kind of a fun non-conference game.
This game is a 12:30 CBS game.
Okay, this is your morning. That's actually a good slate. ASU at Texas A&M.
This is a 12:30 slate.
This is the 9 a.m. game.
No, the Minnesota-Mississippi State game.
Let me go to. Okay, here we go. The 12:30. You got Arizona, BYU.
That's actually
Duke, Illinois. Don't lose that one, Bielema. I think you lost to him last year. Yeah, the rest of the 12:30 slate not very
Dude,
good.
I get down PJ Fleck against Mississippi State.
I'll watch that game.
All right. Got a couple more audio things from the National Football League I want to get to, and we'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
Hey, but first...
All right, welcome back in. We will get to stat or story today. PJ Fleck, college football versus the SEC. Coverage on the Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And a reminder that Binary Brewing and the Fan have teamed up for the Only Fan IPA, available for a limited time. Taste the Fan with Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA. Go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location and ask them about their Only Fan. So good, only the Fan and Binary Brewing can pull it off. One of our listeners, Shane, has AI'd a photo of Dirt and I sitting together doing the show, and I am incredibly jealous of the studio these AI.
That's a nice-looking AI studio right there.
It's pretty sick. It's got Mount Hood in the background. It's decorated pretty properly.
We got some neon lighting in there.
We're sitting in a trailer, metal walls, John Daly, American Express flag, Navy. I don't even know what to make of what this studio has become. But
hey, that is a John Rahm autographed American Express championship flag right there, okay? Put some respect on the name. Live Golf Star. Long live, live.
Do you not find our studio very oddly decorated?
It is a little random.
It's
not,
eclectic, yes.
It looks like somebody doesn't know how to decorate is what it looks like.
It does, yes.
To be honest with
looks
you.
like me jumping into my man cave and just aggressively hanging things without any rhyme or reason nor strategy of like, none of this really goes together. We're just going to start putting stuff on the walls and see how it works.
It's a delightful image. You're too tall in it, but I appreciate the image nonetheless.
I think on YouTube I'm taller than you, man.
Well, your butt's bigger and your camera's raised higher.
Don't be mad. I might be sitting on a phone book. Doesn't matter.
It's not even your legs. It's your arms. Your arms look massive in this photo.
You guys know which way the pool is. If you see the gym, is it that way?
Don't do the gym routine, Tommy.
No, Tommy, don't do the gym routine.
You seen the weight room?
You seen the weight room? Is it over this way?
I got a couple more leftovers of NFL audio. We have more to get to today on a beautiful little Wednesday morning. There is somebody in sports, Jason T. Swigard.
Talk to me.
That I would venture to say if I found out they were on the same opinion as me, I would have to go home today after the show, stare at my ceiling, and contemplate my entire existence and or if I still agreed with the opinion.
Skip Bayless.
Definitely one.
On the list.
I mean, absolutely somebody that if he said something...
Jason McIntyre. Nobody's ever uttered the phrase, Jason McIntyre, that was a good point. Literally never been said. And if he said something that you said too, that makes you question a lot, doesn't it? There was somebody on our YouTube comments that said I should be digging ditches on the side of the highway. I'll tell you what, if Jason McIntyre said the same opinion as me, I might agree with that listener.
Why? Wait, why should you be digging ditches on the side?
I'm terrible at my job, man. I don't know how I'm still here.
What should be better?
The only thing I'm serviceable at is digging ditches. You don't even know if I can dig a hole. What if I'm not a good digger?
There is a conspiracy that the main host of that show keeps McIntyre around to make himself look better.
It's not that bad of a theory.
I don't think I disagree with it. Anyways, the guy I was going to get to.
Yes.
Because we can have good and bad takes.
Sure.
Yes.
But if my take is something I believe in.
Right.
And then I find out this person in sports agrees with me, I'm reconsidering and probably changing my opinion.
Yes.
Let's play the fun game. Whose opinion does this person agree with?
Oh, I think to contend for a Super Bowl, which would, if you contend, you got a real chance of being in it and being in the game. I think those are the kinds of things that I don't believe are an outlandish or a reach to expect.
Totally
so that's a successful season. I expect us to be significantly improved defensively. Significantly improved.
Me too.
And I actually expect us to improve on the offense. And I expect the enthusiasm that Coach has talked about here to be contagious on the field. And if something like that happened, you can have somebody get in the big hunt and get in the deal that maybe a lot of people didn't think were ready for it. So let me just say this. There's no way that I would do anything that would delay until next year or the next year to try to get to a Super Bowl this year. I feel that good about what we're starting with.
Jerry Jones, Andy Dirt Johnson, Dan Orlovsky. What a threesome on
There
the
you
table.
go.
Great minds think alike.
Anti-Blazer approach.
Now. The time is now. The moment is now, Jera. You're
I
going
wanna
to
go
die
back.
in like 4 minutes. Do it now.
How do you spell significantly? Significantly.
I mean, look, it's a Southern day. Come on, man. You know
I
how
did see that yesterday, and I was laughing seeing that take.
my cousin grew up in Oklahoma, and him and my uncle lived with us very briefly for a time in middle school. And my cousin's about a year older than me. the first night they came to Portland, they stayed, and we were living in a tiny little duplex. And so we're all crammed in one room. We're just hanging out, like just shooting the breeze. And I don't even remember why or how, but my cousin was like, how quick does your guys' ambulance come?
Your what?
And me and my mom looked at each other and we went,
what do you say?
A what?
Huh?
Our what? Your ambulance. How long does it take? And I go, do you mean ambulance? And he goes, your ambulance.
We're saying the same thing.
And it turned into him or his dad, my
Who's on
mom, and
first?
me all laughing at him to the point where he literally left the room crying.
I'm out of here, dude. I can't do this. I'm gone.
Yeah.
He left the room.
Ambulance.
And his dad goes, sorry, we've been in Oklahoma a long time.
It's in our DNA. We can't get. I'm upset that everybody's jumping on my bandwagon. I felt like I was pretty early with my cowboy hype trade take.
Did you think the owner of the team you picked would not agree with you?
I mean, I'm glad that he did. It makes me feel a little bit better. Let me ask you guys this question, okay? Huh? You want to mock the take, laugh at the take? Former Cowboy Jason Swigart.
More just laughing at Jerry Jones being with you.
Who had the Seahawks in the Super Bowl last year?
Jerry Jones?
No. Did anybody pick that at the start of the year? Was that a trendy pick? Were they one of the
Cowboys
favorites?
Not get picked every year since '96.
Nobody ever gives them a chance until now. I've jumped on the bandwagon. Now is the moment. All I need to know about this NFL season, or all I do know, is that if the Chargers play the Cowboys in the Super Bowl, I'm going to be a rich man.
Did you do a bet on Exacto?
I got a future Exacto ticket, Chargers versus Cowboys Super Bowl, and if it happens, baby, we're living large.
Who has a better chance of winning the championship, the Cowboys or the Ducks? We could put that up as a poll question.
I mean, we know where the vote's going to go on that.
This is a special kind of hell Dirt would be living in if
the
Oregon
Cowboys
did it and
win.
the Cowboys did.
Although at least it would make me some money if they did, because I do also have a Super Bowl ticket on the Cowboys.
Loaded third hour. We got status story in the fourth hour. There's leftover NFL audio if we want to get to that today. We'll talk some more football. Kevin Calabro admitting something on an interview that probably needs to be just uttered. We don't need to dive in, I think, but
just point it out.
Just point out a couple things about not Tom Dundon, but the former ownership group. So we'll get to that as well. Dirt and Sprague, hour 3 and 4 on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Everybody on the move here on a 3-2. Up and in, it's ball 4, and it's the third bases loaded walk in the inning and the 6th walk overall.
Oh, baby, baby, baby. Shane Bieber.
Is this a Britney Spears song?
It's a Justin Bieber song.
Oh, is it?
Baby, baby.
My mind just goes to Britney Spears.
Oh, well, I didn't sing it. Dan Kolko, Nationals TV. Bieber walked 6 batters in the first inning, including 3 with the bases loaded.
If you're watching that game on TV, you turn it off, right? Third straight bases loaded walk, you just...
Not a good feeling.
Click it off? Are you sticking around for the third inning of that one? I'm done.
Who's stinking it up? Shane Bieber, brought to you by our great friends at Three Mountains Home Services, who want to make sure your AC is working smoothly. They have a tune-up special for just $89. Mighty warm outside. Three Mountains certified techs are ready to help you beat the heat. Book your appointment today at threemountainshomservices.com.
Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, getting ready for day 2 of Big Ten Football Media Days in Chicago. It will feature the Oregon Ducks. Dan Lanning will go last of the 6 head coaches to take the podium today. 10:45 a.m. You can see it on the Big Ten Network. Ohio State, UCLA also on the docket. Portland Fire unable to contain Asia Wilson and the Aces Tuesday night. They go down 98-83. Wilson, a double-double with 28 points and 14 boards. Portland will come home Friday and welcome Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever to Moda Center. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports.
All right, let's do this. Welcome in. Hour number 3. Turns right here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan. 10:80 a.m., the Odyssey app live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody.
Love that kid.
That kid is fantastic, dude. He is going places. He's no Brandon Sprague Peacock.
My goose might be better than my peacock.
But he's close. Yeah, your goose is pretty solid. You got a solid goose.
That's a one take. I was live on the air.
That was good. That was one of the better things that our show's ever put out there, if I'm going to be honest with you. I'd like to know that there's a goose hunter out there. Do people hunt goose? People
Geese.
shoot geese, yeah. They shoot the geese.
I think they do.
You shoot geese, right? That's the thing?
Yeah, I don't
Right.
think you do them in, obviously, your neighborhood.
Well, some people would argue you should. I saw the skunk again, by the way, this morning.
Oh, the spray. How's that
3
going, by the way?
houses
Follow up
over.
on that?
No, it still stinks. We've had about 17 baths at this point, and I've just kind of,
The conversation in my family
Don't really know what
more
else to do.
shifted to you allowed the dog in your bed the day of it happening.
Yeah.
That was
it's an interesting choice.
universal.
It's an interesting choice. Yeah.
Bad choice, Dirk.
You know, yeah. You know what they would say to that one? They would say,
Not good.
no.
You're going to get fired. You're going to cage him.
You got to sleep outside tonight.
Go sleep outside.
I saw him 2 houses away this morning, and I just thought, man, airsoft gun, if I just had one right now. Going into some neighbor's backyard.
You coming in one day with a skunk hat, like Scott Farkas,
holding it up in the air.
Yeah, you just wearing it, not saying anything.
Let's go, baby. I just would like to think that there's one geese hunter out there who heard that on the radio, thought, man, that was an incredible geese call. I'm going to pull that, like record it, and have it be my geese call when I'm out shooting my geese.
Here's the thing. My mom's boyfriend had me do that twice.
Mm-hmm.
He had a goose call.
He had one?
He had one that
Like
you
one of
could
the
blow
little-
in and it makes that noise,
Yeah.
but he had noticed that I had practiced so much that he's like, actually, you're pretty good at it.
You keep doing this,
Can
man.
you do it for me? And I
You
was
got
like,
a future.
Sure, man.
What happened to your Duck Dynasty future? You could have been the Geese Dynasty guy.
I actually never ate any goose. I've never
never
had
had-
goose
neither
before.
have
I've only
I.
had quail.
I've heard it's good. I've had quail, too. I've never had geese. Never eaten any
Tiny,
geese.
juicy chicken is what quail tasted like.
The only time I've ever seen a geese die is when my buddy at East Morelands smoked a low line drive into one's neck. Head just went flopping down. You're like, oh, that thing's not gonna. And then my
was
hunting.
I with you when you killed one, or was it somebody else in
whoa,
our group?
Whoa, me? I never killed the goose.
No, you remember we had a group on 18.
No, I was there. It
a
was
low-lying-
it was Rocky.
It was my dad?
I think so.
My dad killed the goose?
No, your dad didn't kill it, but your dad did hit it in the
Did hit a goose?
chest.
Hit what?
And it was like, and it like wobbled away, and I probably died.
We were
It
on
didn't die
that,
right there, but it might have died
Yeah,
shortly after
later.
that.
Yeah, we were on that par 4 that dog
No,
legs
it's
and
that par
goes
5.
over the stuff.
After the par 3 over water.
Oh, okay.
That
yeah,
left?
Yeah.
He just low line.
Liner. You got to watch out for those things.
And it just like called over, and then it got up, and it's like, it just,
Dude, they're all over the place out here, man. We can't avoid them. They're all over the fairway. What do you want from me?
Okay, so I don't think it was you then,
That's
but I'm
hilarious.
pretty sure me and my homie Jesus met up with you and your group of guys
Mm-hmm.
on 18, I want to say. And he hit a low screamer, and it just drilled right in the wing.
Yeah, that thing ain't
And
flying
it
for a while.
fell, and when it got up, it tried to fly away. It was
Nope, that's not
the
happening.
wing didn't move. and then we just noticed blood coming from underneath. And
we have internal bleeding now?
And I just looked at him and I went, that's dead tonight. The coyote's going to be all over that thing.
There is some sort of predator out there that will take that goose down. That thing's going to wait in the wings for everybody else to fly away, and he's going to be walking around. Shout out to the geese and the geese calls. Let's get to start the hour. Let's talk some NFL football, shall we? I actually have some actual NFL things in my notes that I'd like to get to. But before we do, let's continue a debate we were having. A listener tweeted us, and I enjoyed this tweet, and I want to read it. Hold on, let me go to our show page here, because Jason Swigard made an analogy. And he said, okay, that Kansas City Chiefs, this is from Miller, one of our P1s, Chiefs analogy that Mike Tyson at the time was a stretch. After Tyson fought Buster Douglas, folks were still not lining up to say, I can take Mike Tyson, but I get it with the Kansas City Chiefs. I do find this a very interesting storyline going into the year because it is the least, without a doubt in his career, it's the least hype they've been going into a season.
You don't see and hear a lot of Chiefs
other than
picks and chatter.
No, dude, nobody's picking him. I don't see any in Super Bowl picks. I haven't seen anybody taking the Chiefs to win the AFC. Maybe some people like him in the division. I don't know. But in terms of Super Bowl picks,
don't worry, Nick Wright will get on it.
Nick Wright will definitely take care of that. And by all means, I want to add to the record, I am rooting for their downfall. I'd love if the Kansas City Chiefs did not win another Super Bowl. Mahomes already has 3. That's an awesome career. Let's share their wealth with the rest of the quarterbacks in the NFL. Like, I don't want Kansas City to win. I got tired of them winning. I find it a very interesting thing of all it has taken is one kind of crack in the door where they certainly were not very good last year. They blew some games early. Remember the Chargers beat them in week 1 in Brazil. It was a close game. They lost at the end. Remember they had the Eagles game where they couldn't convert, if I remember,
they were
like
1-9
down.
in one-score games.
Like it's everything
they had 10
from
one-score games, 1-9.
Right, and the year before, what were they in one-score games? They won a whole bunch of games that they had no business winning, and so it almost went like usually you're evened out at some point, and they technically did by going essentially undefeated in one-score games too. They couldn't win a one-score game to save their life. I find them going forward very interesting. They've dominated the NFL for the last decade, essentially. They have who is considered to be the best or second best quarterback in the entire National Football League. And I have a hard time not going back to kind of some of the stuff we did with New England, and myself included, looking at New England. Every year they didn't win a Super Bowl or they didn't get close. We forget with Brady's career that he won 3 early, and then he went, 11 seasons without winning a Super Bowl, if I'm not wrong? I think it was at least a decade where they were a playoff team or they'd get to the AFC title game and like Pittsburgh would get him or Denver would get him, and they'd lose. And then at the back end of his career, he had the Atlanta one, the Rams one, like he piled up a couple more Super Bowls and ended up winning a few more later. But I guess I'm not quite, maybe one more year is what I'm waiting for Kansas City to fully embrace the downfall of not being intimidated by them, because they haven't been unbeatable in this run. What Kansas City does this year with the attention, and Mahomes now being back, it appears, for week 1 because he's practicing, because that was a thought at one point that maybe Fields has to start a month, and at that you're like, oh, good luck with that. He sucks. But if Mahomes is ready to go week 1, they're going to have their guy, and if they don't win again this year, then by all means I'll jump on that bandwagon, but I don't think I'm there quite yet.
I think part of the problem is the reason we saw them burst onto the scene is not the reason that they beat you anymore. And so it's not that winning 2 straight Super Bowls and going to 3 straight, even if you did get embarrassed in the 3rd one, it doesn't mean like the run is officially over. It's just merely pointing out, since 2023, he hasn't been top 5 in NFL passing yards. 2022, he was number 1. He threw 5,200 yards. He had 41 touchdowns and 12 picks.
Crazy what happens. You take away Tyreek Hill.
Well, I mean, and also Kelsey's fallen out of the prime. Like, Kelsey's cooked, right? He might have a season here where he can piece some things together, but I don't think you're putting a lot of eggs in that basket. So who are you going with? Xavier Worthy, coming off of an injury-filled season.
From his own player.
Hollywood Brown.
Yep.
And Rashee Rice
if he's not
suspended or in prison.
Right.
So, like,
he's available to play.
I think that's part of the problem is the way their offense is operated. It's been something largely carried by defense. But if you get in a tight contest in the final couple minutes,
it's a 1-score game, and he's got the ball in his hands.
Because he had established so much credibility as the late operating magic wand-waving quarterback, 13 seconds or less, there's just an internal belief, I think, or fear that if you're against him or you root for him, he's going to pull it out. And the fact of the matter is they just didn't. 1-9 in 1-score games last year is an eye-popping stat for something that we had seen that had been established for so long.
Right.
as dominant and excellent.
So, and I think that's the follow-up question. Is that now becoming the trend with them, or is that an outlier? Because they've always been elite in Mahomes' era, even without some of their top targets in one-score games, a la the year before. Now, your point on defense, I agree with that. I made that argument 2 years ago when they got there. It was led predominantly by their defense. Mahomes' numbers were not that good on the season, and it all crumbled down in the Super Bowl against Philly, right? Like everything just imploded on itself. But that is the interesting part about that, because I don't disagree. That stat is a jaw-dropper of like, oh my God, they were that bad. Is that the trend, or is that an outlier for Kansas City?
So, and I think that's where we have to kind of wait and see, unfortunately. You can give the take that you think it's an outlier or it's a trend, but personally, like, you got to be honest about it. You have to wait and see, because you can't be good for that long
and then
have your down season, and then suddenly you can't be good ever again.
That's the way it'll always be every year.
Let me ask you this. If we looked at just this metric, right, not a stats in the NFL, if I went to DraftKings, and I'm only just tying this back to give you an understanding of the picture here, I'm going to ask you, who do you give the nod to a better chance to win the AFC? Ravens or Chiefs? What's your gut tell you on these teams?
Chiefs.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Bills, Chiefs.
Bills.
Patriots, Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Chargers, Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Texans, Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Broncos, Chiefs.
Broncos.
Jags, Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Bengals, Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Okay. All right. So you're still answering Chiefs for most of it. I don't know if the rest of football fans are answering in the same light. I think there are some of those teams, like you think the Patriots are going to have a down year.
I do.
And I think some people also buy that, but enough to the point where people would say the Chiefs have better odds to win the AFC in their minds. That I don't know. Like, I was a little surprised you said Chiefs over Ravens. Now, that is something of, you haven't seen Lamar and the Ravens get over that hump.
Is he going to stay healthy? Could he win a big playoff game?
I mean, that's fair to ask. What's the new coach going to be like? But,
don't know.
Again, Mahomes coming off an ACL. What did they add in the offseason offensively from the wide receiver department?
I don't think that they had anything.
They feel like the Chargers in some ways in this regard. I'm waiting for them to add the player, and they don't add the player.
Yeah.
They keep just saying, no, our guys are good enough. And maybe they will be. Maybe Xavier Worthy takes a huge leap this season. Maybe Hollywood Brown surprises us, or even Rashee Rice doesn't suffer consequences and goes back to being just a stud, pass catcher.
They took a wide receiver out of Cincinnati, but fifth-round pick,
right? That's a little bit of a flyer.
So you see what you got.
All our point was on this topic wasn't that the Chiefs, to Terrell Davis's point, is a circle dub. I wouldn't go that far. But 2, 3, 4 years ago, yeah, dude, I would look at that team on a schedule. My team played them 2 years in a row. And every year I played a schedule game as a fan, I said, L. And most of the time I'm right. So it's more to me about...
The intimidation is gone in your mind.
The intimidation is worn off. I just think the AFC, from Ravens, Bills, Pats, Chargers, Texans, Broncos now, you could rattle off Jags. You could rattle off more.
Sure.
I just think it's such a deep conference that I don't look at the Chiefs and suddenly tremble and shake in my boots the way that we did 2, 3, 4 years ago. I don't think it's crazy to look at your schedule and suddenly go, yeah, my team can win that game. Don't know if it's going to happen, but you don't feel as concrete about that's going to be a loss against the Chiefs as you did.
Yeah, that's certainly a point I agree. The intimidation being gone is something like that is, but I also, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, it was more about the Davis thing of like, I look at that and circle it as like, oh, that's a dub.
Yeah, good luck on that one.
I wouldn't do that. They still have Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, and I'm not forgetting
How many teams do even do that in the NFL? Because I don't think I really do that in the NFL. I did that a little bit last year, and I was way wrong. The Jags beat San Francisco and San Francisco.
The Dolphins this year, if the Dolphins are on my schedule.
Cardinals, Jets.
Here's the funny thing. You're not wrong, and yet the Jets, the Cardinals, and the Dolphins are all going to win.
Oh, they'll win
maybe 2 or 3 games.
Three or four
they for sure will.
Yeah.
Browns.
The Chiefs right now, the fourth betting favorite according to DraftKings to win the AFC. The Ravens are the favorite at plus 470, Bills plus 510. Patriots plus 760, Chiefs plus 770, and then the Chargers right behind them.
So it's an interesting case study.
Texans and Broncos behind them.
By the way, did you see the video of C.J. Stroud walking in yesterday to the facility?
I saw a couple of videos. I didn't see that one.
Go pull that one up. He looks like a... It was a really rough start to his training
Did you see what the Ravens did?
No, what did the Ravens do?
They brought their actual PA guy, stood him out of the front door, and he goes... 5'10".
That's
Boston
pretty good.
College.
That's funny.
Zay Flowers.
So this is an interesting thought process because you threw some teams out there that I think would, are in the mix and maybe people are high on or betting on. If your team is playing the Ravens or the Chiefs, who are you more intimidated by?
The Ravens.
Now, why is that? They did
defense.
not make the playoffs last year. Their defense was not very good at all last year. They have a new head coach.
I'm weirdly going in on the new coach.
Because this is the only thing I'm bringing up. Because I agree with a lot
I
of the
don't have like
intimidation
a real
stuff.
reason other than I just think the Ravens roster is better than the Chiefs roster.
And that's
right now.
fair. That's fair. What about the Chargers?
I think that's a rock fight. But here's the thing. I would kind of lean Chargers. I think they usually play pretty good games when they play each other.
Oh, yeah, the Chargers and Chiefs. I'm saying,
Yeah.
if your team is playing the Chargers or your team is playing the Chiefs, are you going into that game more intimidated by the Chargers or the Chiefs? Same. What about the Bengals?
I feel better about my team.
Against both of them?
No, I feel better about beating the Bengals than I do the Chiefs.
Than you do the Chiefs, yeah. That's why it's interesting to me, because I agree with the AFC is loaded. We know how good the quarterback play is and all of that. There is also the idea of Jacksonville is a good team. I don't know where they fall in the pantheon. Houston has their problems at quarterback.
How much of a believer in Cohen are you? Because if Cohen really proved something to you last year,
I think he's a good coach.
Then you'd have every right to come in and say, why can't the Jags be better? Their defense had turnover stuff that I don't think is going to happen again.
Mm-hmm.
But Lawrence was better and improved. Mm-hmm. And their coach, they lost their wild card weekend game against Buffalo, but that's a hell of a first year.
I think it's part of the thing that makes Kansas City what they are, and maybe this is, again, what is fated for them. It is the idea that they do it year in and year out. Until last year.
The mystique and magic, I think, wore off somewhat last
Baltimore,
year.
for as good as they've been under Lamar, they've won playoff games. He's won MVPs. They have years where they're a complete non-factor because he got banged up and Tyler Huntley starts half the year, and they don't make the playoffs. All last year. I've seen that happen on a number. The Cincinnati Bengals have had years where they look like a team you don't want to play in the playoffs, and then a team where it's just their defense gives up 50 points a game. They've been terrible. That is the one thing, and that's where I'm at on Jacksonville. Last year was certainly a nice surprise if you're a Jags fan. They had a good year. Can you go do it again? Mm-hmm. This is part of my New England theory this year. I just think the schedule gets more challenging. You're not catching anybody by surprise. You are now a team that is circled on the schedule. You won the AFC last year, and I just think your road's going to be that much more difficult. Kansas City's been the one, and with Buffalo, obviously. Buffalo doesn't have a Super Bowl or an AFC title in that mix, but they've been the other one that, year in and year out, you're right. Until last year, you write it down to the start of the season. We know the Chiefs will be in the playoffs, so there's not a question in my mind.
I just think you look at the numbers, and you just say, Mahomes, fair or not to him, his numbers have gotten worse the last 3 seasons.
Progressively the last 3 years.
Part of that is the injury, but that's what the NFL is.
His injury was late in the year. He played the majority of the year last year.
And he finished with 3,500 yards, 22 touchdowns, and 11 picks.
Yeah.
That's
not great. If it's not Patrick Mahomes and I just throw that stat line at you, you're not saying, oh my God, that's elite quarterback play.
No, because in 22 he had 41 touchdowns and 12 picks.
Yes.
I guess it's totally fine to still have a lot of the same fears of Kansas City, but what are the odds they have a New England-like run? And I think what we're doing is we saw a team do it, have a gap, do it again.
Yeah, New England did, by the way, I looked up 10 year. They won in 2004, and then they didn't win again. They went to 2, lost to the Giants.
Right?
And then they didn't win one again until they beat the Seahawks in 2014.
But see, even that is kind of an outlier to say of winning. The between gap is a 10-year gap. They went to 2 in the gap. It's not like they completely fell off the earth.
Right. And Mahomes has been to 5.
I know. And I don't know if Mahomes and the Chiefs will, but what I would say is what would the statistical odds be that they duplicate what the Patriots did? Yeah. It looked and started like the Patriots.
It did.
Is it going to do that again and they get back to the forefront of the AFC? There's a lot of really good teams here now, right? And I feel like the math has to be against them doing what New England
That point
did.
I certainly understand. I think I would lean on the most important tenets to me winning consistently in the NFL are, do you have a good head coach? Mm-hmm. Do you have an elite quarterback?
He was just voted coach. Wasn't he the best coach by the AP? He just voted that.
I mean, how many coaches right now, if you're starting from scratch, fantasy draft, are you taking over Andy Reid?
Actually, a little more than I think you'd be shocked how many.
Is it an age thing?
Yeah.
Is it a last year thing? Okay, that's fair.
I don't know how many more
What if I
years.
asked you for a year, right? For one season, he's in the top 5 of the list, even if it's long term, there's not many of that guys. Do you have a good head coach? The answer is yes. Do you have an elite quarterback? The answer is yes. And has your general manager shown the ability, not 100% of the time, because no GM does it 100% of the time, to find guys who you can fill in and have as value players and be a good drafter? And I feel like more often than not, now he's had his issues at wide receiver and they've not been able to replace guys since Tyreek Hill. And to your point, offensively, that's a problem for them. Mm-hmm. Elsewhere, they've had a really good draft run of, especially defensive players. They made the decision this offseason to trade away Trent McDuffie, who was a back end of the first round pick, had had a phenomenal run, turned himself into one of the best corners in the league. They said we can't pay him, so what'd they do? They traded him away, and what'd they draft in that spot? They draft the corner from LSU. And so is that guy going to come in and be as good? Like, I have a trust in their GM, their coach, and their quarterback. And as long as those three things are constants, and I don't know how long Andy Reid will be a constant, to your point, maybe that's what ends it. He retires 3 years from now, and then the next coach isn't quite Andy Reid. But if you got those three, man, I certainly understand the odds will tell us that there will not be another New England dynasty. But that's where I'm just like, I'm not done with them until one of those three heads of the monster are chopped off. And Mahomes is gone, or Reid is gone, or their GM is gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very fair point. I just, it's also funny if his career, if they don't have a resurgence the way New England did, and he just continues.
What if he's done? What if he doesn't win another Super Bowl?
That's my thing is, like, what if his entire career, he's going to end up with he's already a Hall of Famer, right?
He will be a Hall of Famer.
His career continues. He has good seasons, great seasons, okay seasons, and never wins another one. It's almost like it's a weird career of like all of the success was at the front and the back end was just a slow play to it's over.
Yeah.
Right? Because if Curry and the Warriors don't win in 22, it's somewhat similar in some ways of like, hey, you did a lot of the winning and then
you had that run. Everybody thought you were going to dominate forever, and it didn't quite end up happening.
He did get the one more, and that was a mighty important one, but you're not picking the Warriors and Steph Curry. I just kind of wonder if it's a very similar vibe of we feared that coming through our town. Are people there yet on the Chiefs of like, yeah, you're good, but you're not what you were?
To one listener's point, fan text said when your biggest offseason addition was Taylor Swift, you might be in trouble. Maybe you're right. We'll wait and see on that. Swag said, not scary at all. Chargers better go win the AFC West now. Let's stick in the NFL. I got a couple of other notes, including would you pay these guys? And one quarterback situation got even worse. That's next on The Fan.
McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, just about an hour away from day 2 of Big Ten Football Media Days getting underway. PJ Fleck will be first up from the coaches. Concluding the coaches this morning at 10:45 will be Dan Lanning of your Oregon Ducks. Also on the docket today, Ohio State's Ryan Day and UCLA's Bob Chesney. NFL training camps off and running day 2. Plenty of buzz, including Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter getting a $152 million 4-year extension from the Eagles. $106 million will be guaranteed. Browns giving cornerback Denzel Ward a 2-year, $62 million extension, and Clint Kubiak naming Kirk Cousins his number 1 QB to start training camp for the Vegas Raiders. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
All right, welcome back in. 8:27. We'll have some more on college football in the final hour. Oregon going at Big Ten Media Days today. We had our guy Jake Butt on earlier. He gave some great quotes from day 1 of Big Ten Media Days and the expectations coming into the year. We'll hear from Dan Lanning and all those folks later this afternoon, and then we'll have that audio obviously on the Fan throughout the day and then on our show tomorrow morning. Let's stick in the National Football League a little bit, shall we? I'm trying to word a poll question on that. Are you still intimidated by playing the Chiefs? Is probably the best I can come up with. So I'll throw that out at Dirt and Sprague on Twitter if you want to go vote. If you were an Atlanta Falcons fan, Kevin Stefanski is your new head coach. How you feeling?
This was depressing.
How you feel about Cooper Rush?
How you feeling about your quarterback situation? Because we just had another update. So the earlier update today was that Tua had a flare-up. He's flaring up. So you had to go get Cooper Rush.
I don't know what that means.
He got flare-up.
Penix isn't ready to go yet.
It's a flare-up from an undisclosed injury. Yes.
Off to a great start there, Bob.
Great off-season signing.
Michael Penix just talked to the media. Training camp underway, and he said he is still 4 weeks, likely another 4 weeks from getting cleared.
Okay.
Hopefully earlier, but he said, quote, I can't afford to have someone trip and fall on me right now. And Cooper Rush... That's his music. Yes, you heard it. The glass is broken. Falcons fan right now, how you feeling?
I don't know how Falcon fan is feeling about any of this. What I'll say is this, and I've given Matt LaFleur. I've given him a little bit of grief.
You and LaFleur have your beefs.
Well, just anointed this crown prince of the entire league. Hasn't actually won squat, but okay, I digress.
Falcons under 6.5 wins paying 1 plus 125.
I at least give LaFleur this. Like, he is smart. He knows what he's doing. His teams have kind of underwhelmed, I think, in his era, but he's what? He's consistently in the mix.
Yeah.
All I have heard and seen is Kevin Stefanski get 2 Coach of the Year titles.
Dude got 2 of them dangs.
And be talked about as if he is in this rarefied era of coaching despite having, what, 1 playoff appearance in Cleveland in his run?
I think he had...
Oh, you're right, 2.
2.
He beat...
2.
They lost to Houston.
He won a playoff game with Joe Flacco and Baker Mayfield. Thank you very much. Stefanski?
Didn't they lose that game at
They
Houston?
Definitely won the playoff. With Flacco, didn't they win? Or did they,
No,
they
I think
lose
they
that
lost.
game? I can't remember.
He won with Baker,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure he lost to Houston
with Flacco.
With Flacco. I don't know if that was wild card or division round, so look that up.
Okay, I'll look it up. Let me look it up.
But, like, I don't know if you could have accomplished less as a head coach and then still been anointed as this, like, godsend of a coach. You better win. I don't think Falcon fans feeling good about this particular situation.
You are correct. Wild card round.
Cooper Rush. Yeah, because I think I picked Cleveland that game.
We all picked Cleveland that game.
Cooper Rush, I cannot believe, is still getting calls in the National Football League. But when you're there, you're desperate. And so all I would say is I don't know who's going to play quarterback for them. That dude better win. I'm tired of hearing the excuses of why some coaches are allowed to win sometimes, every once in a while, and other coaches have to win at all times.
I mean, this is about as bad of a start to year as you can have, is it not? You came into the year thinking, all right, Penix versus Tua, that's already not good, and now I have one who's not available for another month, which, by the way, that's like basically the start of the year, and another one who is flaring up from an undisclosed injury, who was, a little injury-riddled at his time in Miami, I think it's safe to say. Remember the claw hands? And now Cooper Rush might be your starting quarterback.
How many new NFL
in
coaches?
Such a bad division, too. Like, that division
and then behind
is up
him,
for
don't
grabs.
you have like a 1-year Division II guy or something like
I
that?
cannot tell you who the other quarterback is on the Falcons roster. I don't know.
Where do the vibes feel worse right now in the division? Atlanta because of this, or Tampa where Vita Vea wants out?
He does
Baker's
want
not
out.
getting a contract.
Mike Evans walked
left.
away, yeah.
There's weird vibes in Tampa right now. Their coach is probably coaching
I think
for
there's
his
more
job.
panic in Tampa because they've been successful more recently. I think Atlanta, you got a new head coach. Matt Ryan's coming in. I don't think there's that high expectations. They're trying to figure themselves out. Like Tampa, you could see, okay, they should win the division again and might if they can keep everybody happy. But if that falls apart, how far down do they go? A crappy division.
How many fan bases feel they upgraded with their new coaches this season?
What are our new
LaFleur,
coaches again,
Cardinals.
right? Okay, LaFleur.
Do they feel like they upgraded?
I mean, probably. The other guy was so bad, why not, if you're a Cardinal fan?
Joe Brady in Buffalo.
I don't know. They would probably sell it to themselves, but I don't look at it that way from the outside in.
But you think they view it as
I
an
think
upgrade?
I think internally every fan base will tell themselves that they did great.
Okay.
Like, that's just
Mike McCarthy?
No.
No. But they also, Steeler fans also hated Tomlin at the end.
As we pointed out,
They wanted to run his
their
ass out of
resumes,
town.
They're identical.
I think
They're
Raider
identical.
fans are feeling better.
Yeah.
Ravens? Yeah.
No,
Raiders fans.
Oh, Raider fans definitely.
Ravens
Dolphins?
probably too.
Halfley?
I don't think you feel like you upgraded there.
Giants do.
The Giants definitely do.
do.
Yeah.
Because we have one in our building.
Yes.
Browns? So here's the interesting one.
We got a two-time coach
if
of the year.
If you say Browns, yes, are you saying yes to Falcons? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, you
what
poor
about Titans?
bastards. You poor bastards. Titans definitely yes. Definitely yes.
They're going to be organized.
That's the most unanimous one we can all agree on,
Yes.
right? And you got a good offensive mind. Like, we could say what we want about Dayball, but I think we all respect him as an offensive mind, as a play caller. Head coach, who knows, things went a little
Saleh
awry
as a
in New York.
leader and organizing people and getting them all going. Yeah.
What do you feel better as, a Raven or a Falcon fan with your new coach?
Ravens.
Probably a Raven.
Probably a Ravens fan. Because at least it's the unknown of this guy. Could be Mike McDonald 2.0, and he just won a Super Bowl.
It's also Lamar's prime now. We don't know how long it's
We
going to last.
have a quarterback
Can
at
we
least.
not just be stuck in this forever ending to our season?
Let's change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's going on right now in Atlanta. Harley, we're thinking about you. Sorry, buddy. That's a rough way to start your year.
Do you think Sean Mannion saw this news and went, damn, dude, I maybe still could have been hanging out here in the
I
league?
could have been cutting it around a little bit, dude.
Rush?
Yeah, still getting another invite. If I were him, I would also look around the league and say, dude, if I can figure this thing out in Philly for a year, guess what he's going to get after a season? A head coaching opportunity, which would be pretty wild. What if Sean Mannion goes on to be like a Super Bowl winning NFL head coach? Be a hell of a story, dude, from a local guy.
Where would he take? Oh, if the Bengals stink again, is Zach Taylor out?
Dude, 10 coaches are going to get fired this year. We know they're going to get fired. It's the way it works every year.
The year Kellen Moore did and the run game is back.
Sirianni could get fired in Philly. He could just take over that job.
The job there.
Cincinnati, if they don't make the playoffs, they're going to fire their head coach. You just mentioned Tampa Bay. They should have already fired their coach.
But the only way Sirianni, well, I shouldn't say that. The likely way Sirianni gets fired is because the offense, Jalen Hurts, and they don't get it done again, and that reflects on Mannion. So
how bad have the Packers got to be to fire LaFleur?
I don't think they're going to fire him after one down season because they've at least been a playoff
I think they
team
move
every
on
year.
from Love.
That was an off-season storyline.
Well, because his contract.
They don't have any money according to Ed policy.
They don't. They're struggling financially. They also have a team philosophy that they don't like coaches on a one-year expiring deal.
Wait, what do you mean they don't have any money?
That's a whole thing behind the scenes right now with them. I don't know. I haven't read too much into it, but that they're not as flush with cash because
they
they're
don't have
public
cash
ownership.
because they're publicly
Mark
owned.
Davis is like the poorest owner in the league, and he's out here making real grass happen. These guys are liars.
He is.
They're all liars. We don't have any money. Get out of here. What are they, all Tom Dundon?
Trying to think who else could get fired this year. That's probably the extent of
What about
list
the Cowboys missing the
top of my head.
playoffs?
Yeah, Cowboys missing the playoffs, although he's very loyal to his coaches.
He does like his coaches.
He keeps
when
his
has
coaches
them.
around for a very long time and lets you get a nice runway.
Shoddy.
I don't see Shoddy going anywhere after one down year. But we know this is the way the NFL works, right? Half the league. The Baker Mayfield one is unique because that's one where I get both sides of it. You have a good quarterback. Where's the pantheon of Baker fallen? Where does he fall in the pantheon? Top 13-ish for you? Top 14-ish, right?
When healthy, he is easily
just outside
in that
the top 10? Or
yeah, he's in that top 13, 14.
Top 13, 14.
And
So
that is a sliding scale depending on how you're playing.
You have a top half of the league quarterback. You've been relevant, but you haven't necessarily gotten to the highest of highs. And you have a guy who needs a new contract. He's going to likely cost a little bit more than the last time you signed him to a deal, because when you signed him to the last deal, if I remember correctly, it was a 3-year deal. Didn't they sign him to? And he was kind of coming off that he's done as a player. Maybe they gave him a 1 year and then an extension. I can't remember off the top of my head. But that's a tricky one, man, because we have seen organizations who have had good quarterbacks think to themselves, we can figure this out somewhere else, and then it not happen. A la Cleveland with Baker Mayfield when they had him, and they have not been able to find a functioning quarterback since then. And so you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. You might have to pay him more than you're comfortable. But him going into the season without a deal, he seems like the kind of guy, and maybe they franchise tag him after this upcoming year. I don't know, but he's going to be a free agent. He's the kind of guy that I think would remember that and hold that against you. If you don't give him an extension right now, he seems like the petty type in the NFL, and I can't blame him for that. And him being a free agent next year on the market would be a unique story, because you just don't see top half of the league starting quarterbacks become free agents very often in their careers.
You don't, but Sam Darnold had an incredible year, and then Seattle picked him up because Minnesota wanted to go a different direction.
I would say this 3 years, $90 million. What did Darnold sign for?
100, I think.
3 years, $100 million.
What I would say on Baker is we agree of where we largely view him in the scale of quarterback play. If they underwhelm and massively disappoint, and the Vita Vea thing hangs over him all camp.
He's not practicing right now, by the way. They're saying an injury, but also reeks of let's not get him hurt.
Well, I think you have to look at this objectively and honestly. Baker can be a fine starting quarterback. How much do you want to commit? If they suck and they fire Bowles, I could also see them pivoting and going, we're going to draft and we're going to keep our young players and we're going to rebuild.
But start young.
With a new regime, a new coach, a new everything. Like you trade Vita Vea, you don't re-sign Baker. Baker's 31.
He is 31.
He's not a spring chicken anymore in the National Football League.
Is that old in NFL standards?
Not everybody's going to play until they're 42 years old, right?
Sure about that?
I'm pretty positive. But I could see them pivoting in all ways in Tampa.
Yeah, it's unique, and I think there would be teams who would be waiting. Like, if you project this out a year from now, the team we just talked about, Atlanta, hello, could use a quarterback. What's the future of Bryce Young in Carolina? Although he probably wouldn't go back to Carolina.
Cardinals. High on Carolina.
Cardinals, right? Like, what's the hell's going on there? Is Carson Beck the guy? Miami's going to desperately need a quarterback. There's a lot of teams around the league that kind of jump out, and you're like, yep, that would make a lot of sense. They would eagerly sign a player like that, because a lot of teams are desperate for quarterbacks. I agree with your point on Tampa that you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I honestly, if I was a Tampa fan,
would you want him to resign if you're a Buccaneers fan? Give him the deal?
If you're choosing to not resign him at this point, I'm just led to believe that this is a go do it and you get paid and it's rewarded, or they're going to blow it up. And I'm kind of cool with both.
His contract, by the way, was basically identical to the Darnold deal. 3 years, $100 million.
Well, is he a Jim Harbaugh? Does he have a shelf life everywhere he goes? Because he seemingly seems to have stuff. The Tampa. I'm not saying he's rubbed people the wrong way in Tampa. I just wonder if he's got Jim Harbaugh in him, where it's like, hey, 4 years of this guy's cool, but I don't want a decade.
My guess is, and I don't know enough about the negotiations to obviously be concrete on this, my guess is that Sam Darnold just won a Super Bowl on a 3-year, $100 million contract.
Yeah.
That is a very to get a quarterback making $33-ish million a year is an incredibly valuable contract. What is the point of diminishing returns on a contract for Sam Darnold that makes you balk, even though he just won a Super Bowl? $45 million a year?
I think it's more length.
The terms of the longevity of the
deal. If
deal?
he wants guaranteed 3 or 4 years.
Because that's the part of it that I see both sides of this with Baker, of Baker Mayfield on a 3-year, $100 million deal, I would do in a heartbeat. Is he asking for $33 million a year?
Do I have to guarantee the whole thing, or can I get out of it after?
Then probably not. You probably have to guarantee. If Kirk Cousins is getting a fully guaranteed deal, Baker Mayfield should get a fully guaranteed deal. That's a difficult part of this.
And that's where I think Tampa might know, the team might know all the injuries that he's played through during his time there. If he keeps doing that, he's it's not going to last 3
He's
years.
not a big guy. I mean,
He's
he played,
not a
he
huge
played
guy,
injured at
no.
the end of last year. You could
I
see
mean,
it
you
when they
admire
played.
his guts, but at some point,
Yeah.
the accumulation of
foolish.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the difficult part of like if he's we don't know what he's asking for internally, but if he's asking for like $45 million a year, I get Tampa saying, you're good. You've been good. You've been relevant.
I'll do 1 year. I'm not guaranteeing 3.
Right, or 2 years maybe at most, and then we got to keep ourselves flexible. That's a difficulty with the structure of quarterback contracts right now. So you get these guys on valuable deals, and you jump at them when you get them. But the other side of that is there's going to be a payday. Like, what if Darnold has similar years the next 2 years in Seattle, but they don't win a Super Bowl?
Well, he's going to get a pay increase.
He's going to get a pay increase.
You
But
have
what
to.
is again the number that makes you go, Darnold's been good, but is he worth that?
Is 42 a year for Baker a stretch?
That's right around my breaking point.
Because 42 a year, you give him a 3-year, 126 deal, but you give him the Mike and Nori clause. It's a 1 year, and the rest is an option.
I don't think
for
he's
us.
signing that. That's the tough part. He's not signing that 1 year deal. Then you're a free agent.
Tampa has to make a hard line here, and he's been great for them. It's been a fun story. I root for the dude. You have to draw a line, and as an organization, they're not a Super Bowl contender. You want to win another one. You had a little bit of a window there to maybe compete and sneak up on people. You didn't do it. You have a lame duck coach now. Your DT wants to be traded because he wants to be paid. Got to make a hard line decision as an organization. It sucks because I like Baker Mayfield, but I also wouldn't fault a team by saying, we don't want to pay you $45 million a year for 3 years.
I go back to the playoff game 2 years ago. Remember that Commanders team went in there and converted like 13 fourth downs and beat them by a field goal at the last second. That was the year they won the division. You had home field in the first round. You're like, oh, here comes Tampa. And then the young commies came out of nowhere, knocked them out last year, didn't make the playoffs.
Well, and then you had
Big
the
year ahead
Detroit
for
year,
them,
too.
so. Yes, the
Remember,
Detroit
they
year,
almost
too.
beat them at Detroit, and Baker threw 2 picks, I think.
And that was the year I think Detroit made the NFC title game. So they've been close, but we'll see what they do. He's entering camp with no contract. He is playing. Talk about guys who are holding in. We'll get to that on the other side. A few more NFL notes next on The Fan. All right, welcome back in, 8:47. We'll get back into some college football stuff in the final hour. Oregon getting ready to go. Big Ten Media Day about to start day 2 in Chicago. I also have a fun callback of where are they now? And I would throw that to you at the top of the hour. Lots still in the NFL notes, though, to go through. We have a couple of hold-ins in NFL training camp today. They're there, but they're not practicing. How long does it take to get a deal done?
Does anybody hear about a hold-in and freak out? I think it's the least freak out thing you can have. I'm like,
because
you're
you're there,
to be there,
and they don't want to get fined. And if you don't show up, you get fined. It's actually a brilliant move to make this the way to do it in the NFL instead of staying away and doing the Terrell Owens, I'm doing crunches in my driveway kind of stuff. Like, just be there. We know you want a new deal. You don't want to risk getting hurt. Like, it's kind of a win-win for both sides in my mind.
It also leads you to believe that there's the discussions are going on. They're, coming at it from different positions. There's a negotiation. They're not quite there yet, but they're talking.
We have the top 2, arguably, running backs in the NFL, both holding in.
Why is it always this position?
Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson are not practicing today. They're having conversations about long-term contract negotiations. The only thought I had here is who's the guy who ends up signing first and then regrets it because the next deal will be bigger than the first deal.
I think they're trying to time this.
They're going to do it simultaneous extension?
Do they have the same agent?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Well, if you get beat, you'd be like 40.2 to 40.3, right?
Do you care about that as an athlete?
Actually,
Draymond Green did. He opted out and got $100,000 more than he had.
I actually think they do.
Yeah.
They want to say they're number 1 paid. I would also say, I really wouldn't practice him that much.
No, this time of year. There is only one running back in the NFL making $20 million as an average per season. Do you know who it is?
Henry?
It is not.
Oh.
$2,100 on an average?
Sorry, $20 million on an average
Barkley?
per year. It is Saquon Barkley. He is the only one in the NFL that got to that. The total value of the deal, not as necessarily much as some of the other ones, but total guaranteed.
Yep.
He is Jeremiah Love is now the new guy who leads the NFL in that, being a top 5 pick at running back or top, 6th pick, whatever he was.
Jeremiah Love was a 3rd pick.
3rd pick, thank you. $53 million is what goes guaranteed to the 3rd pick. So he now leads the NFL in running backs in total guaranteed money in his contract. Saquon Barkley is second on that list at $36 million. If you're Atlanta or Detroit, we totally cool giving these guys more than Saquon?
If I'm in Atlanta, yes, because otherwise I'm not going to have any offense.
If I'm in Detroit, yes.
I think it's
Why would you only do Atlanta?
It's a hard yes for me.
Jahmyr Gibbs done.
He's been fantastic.
He's been a monster.
And they're both incredibly young and early in their careers.
Why'd you just say if I'm Atlanta?
Because in Atlanta, I don't have a quarterback.
Jahmyr Gibbs, 24 years old. He had 1,200 rushing yards, 13 TDs last season.
How many more years do you have a quarterback in Detroit?
It's a good question.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Statistically speaking, he was very good last year, but not very good in big moments.
Yeah.
That was a difficulty of him. Gibbs had a total of...
You know who makes you look good? Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs makes you look fantastic. He really does.
We can't, I don't know how long Jahmyr Gibbs' career is going to be or how elite he's going to stay. Reminds me a lot of just Alvin Kamara, it burst onto the scene. Oh my God, he's really good.
Could be a thousand kind of guy. He's versatile.
Yeah, that kind of player. You can never dunk on that franchise for that pick.
Never.
So many people wanted to.
How much goodwill does that buy you too, even with other controversial picks? Like if that was a very criticized draft selection for them when it happened on draft night.
It was a big reach at a position people didn't think you should draft at.
It would be akin to, now this is way more extreme, but I like tying things back locally. Like if Young Hansen turns into the most improved player in the NBA this year, 1, there's a lot of crow that's get eaten, and 2, next year in the draft when you actually have a first round pick again, there's a thought of I don't know if I feel comfortable criticizing that because that turned out well for you.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it's okay to criticize even after hitting on stuff or wonder aloud about stuff. But, the criticism for me, it's not that, running back needs to be the highest paid position or picked the highest, but the amount of people that dunked on him, and then they showed the live video.
They won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm taking note of this. Why do these guys celebrate like that? And then you see him play, and you go, oh, my God, this is why.
Yeah.
Did we do that about Jeremiah Love? I'll give you the one last year that I thought it was egregious, and I can't believe the Raiders took a running back.
Ashton Genty.
And Genty may be a good player. They need so much more in Vegas.
Yeah.
But I think they thought internally with Carroll, Kelly, Geno, I really think they probably thought they were one offensive weapon away from competing.
That's the unique thing about the Gibbs one, that they were still drafting, but they were still drafting high, because what was he, the 13th pick, I want to say?
12 or 13,
somewhere in that range. That they were still building and hadn't quite, reached the tops of where they were going to go in terms of being an actual contender in the NFC.
12th.
But you look at the NFL and you look at the roster and you say, like, there's not a lot of holes there from where they were at making that pick, right? Goff was coming off the year. I want to say that was the year after they damn near beat the Packers and almost made the playoffs, if I'm not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And they were drafting in that kind of middle.
Penei Sewell,
right? Like you had good pieces. You're like, okay, I can see the vision here.
Amon-Ra,
to your point on some of the other teams, and this has been, I think, a case study of Atlanta. You know who was really good last year? Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, he was.
He had 1,500 yards, how many tuds did he have? 7 tuds. Receiving, he was third on the team in receiving with 820 yards. He had well over 2,000 total yards. He had nearly 11 touchdowns on the season, and it meant what for? Like, that's the difficulty with running back picks. The Giants were this with Saquon Barkley. You can have great players, but to your point on a Genty type pick, if you have other holes, Cardinals example, it's not going to do a lot for you if you just get a good running back.
I think the hard thing in any sport, regardless of position or teams or what leagues you're talking about, I've been holding on to this for a hot minute I just don't understand why franchises talk themselves into giving up on good players. Like, you don't have to think Jahmyr Gibbs is the best running back. I don't have to think that Tariq Skubal is the best starting pitcher in baseball. You know what I want on my team? I want a great starting pitcher. So, my season's a disaster. The amount of quickness teams are ready to punt on good athletes. We were playing the game of, will the Blazers go get Trey Murphy? Trey Murphy. And had somebody text me, and they had a good point. Why did the Pelicans not want a Trey Murphy? And I thought, wow, good point.
Think about it that way, yeah.
I still go back to the Bucks. Why did you not trade for Jaylen Brown in a Giannis trade to either keep and say, hey, we have Jaylen Brown. We're going to be somewhat organized and we'll piece this thing together, or
offload him
for
restart.
more stuff.
Yeah.
I just find how we handle good players. Like Bijan had a monster year last year and a bad year for the Falcons. There should be no uttering of let's trade Bijan. Why?
Why? What's the hang up on a
A
contract?
good player?
What is that? Yeah, after how good he's been, what are we waiting on, Atlanta? You're not paying a quarterback a lot of money yet. Penix hasn't gotten an extension.
There's no other
Kirk
way
Cousins
for
is gone.
The Detroit Tigers to be a functional franchise unless they
Right.
trade Tariq Skubal.
It's the only choice you got.
I don't understand why they're in such a rush to trade greatness. I don't get it.
Give those guys extensions. They both deserve it. You can argue running back 1A, 1B in the NFL, and it's a very easy argument to make. We have a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. Statter story coming up at 9:27. We'll get you set for day 2 of Big Ten Media Days. That's where we will start with a cut from our guy Jake Butt. How high is he on Oregon? Also, the fun game of Where Are They Now? Let's play it next on The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Lay and Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Drilled out to center. Does he have another? Whoa! Dom Canzone! His second home run tonight inside Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, there is Aaron Goldsmith, Mariner TV, Dom Canzone, second home run of the game. That went in the 7th, and that gave them a 7-5 lead. They had 5 home runs yesterday. I don't know what it is with the Mariners. Kind of suck against the rest of the AL this year, but when they play good teams in the NL, I don't know if they'll win the series, but good showing for them last night.
Yeah, what the hell, Dodgers, huh? We're talking all this crap about the Mariners. They come out and hit 5 dingers against it. Isn't that frustrating as a fan even more so, too? Like, you show you can do it against good teams, and you lose 2 out of 3 to the A's.
I think that's the frustration with the
Mariners
Mariners this year.
What are we doing here, man?
Lane Wood Report is brought to you by our great friends out at Southeast Stark Street, Mr. Plywood. They've been serving the Portland community for over 60 years. I picked up my order yesterday. It was great. We got it on the trailer. It's all cut, measured, ready to go. Putting up the fence next week. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. Check them out again, Southeast Stark Street or online, mrplywoodinc.com.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks among the featured teams on day 2 of Big Ten Football Media Days in Chicago. Dan Lanning will wrap up the head coach podium addresses at 10:45 this morning on the Big Ten Network. Ohio State, UCLA also on today's docket. Portland Fire unable to slow down Asia Wilson and the Aces Tuesday night. They go down 98-83. Wilson a double-double with 28 points and 14 boards. Portland back home Friday to host Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. Let's do this. Final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your days are off to a fantastic start.
What are we doing here?
Let me tell you what we're going to do here. We got Statter Story coming up in about 20 minutes from now, a little over that. We'll get to Statter Story, as we always do on Wednesdays. We get you set for day 2 of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Dan Lanning will be on the podium at about 10:30. I'm sure he's going to go through the whole car wash. I've been watching, I've had the Big Ten Network on. They've been replaying basically yesterday's stuff, so not the new live yet, but I imagine there's car washes that he'll go through and do a bunch of different interviews. They got the players there, so day 2 of Big Ten Media Days are upon us, and that's where I would like to start the final hour of the radio program today. Before we get to some stuff from earlier, just kind of a peekaboo to the teams that are going today, can we play a fun game of Are They Still Playing College Football? You ready for this?
Okay, so these are names that I have to say I think are out of college football.
Are
but they're
they
actually
still
playing.
or are they not playing college football?
I know one name off the beaten path because I looked it up. DeColdis Crawford is out of college
He's
football.
not playing anymore.
He's not been there.
DeColdis Crawford is an all-time, just an all-time name guy. I was reading through. This was an article by Mandel of The Athletic, and it's pretty funny to read through some of these guys. Like Washington has, where is this? They have an offensive lineman that was in a Chris Peterson recruiting class. They have an offensive lineman.
Has an offensive lineman from Chris Peterson
on their roster who was in the last Chris Peterson recruiting class.
So he had to have been a redshirt freshman who then got a COVID year, right?
Yes.
That's the only way that math
He
works.
was a 2019 recruit,
Wow.
which was his last year. And then they took over in the COVID year, and things didn't obviously go well. And with Jimmy Lake, and then obviously DeBoer, that's how long that guy's been around. That one made me chuckle. Ready to play the game? Is Justin Flo still playing college football?
Yes.
He is. Where is he playing?
I don't know, but I saw Stuart Mandel say Justin Flo is still playing college football.
So the article,
Justin Flo?
Justin Flo is still in college football. He
good
is
to
at
know.
UNLV. He entered the portal. He considered his options in the offseason and then decided
he's at the Running
to
Rebels.
return to UNLV for one final season of college football. Who could forget 5-star Justin Flo? The best there ever was. One other quick one, and then we'll get to a Jake Butt take from earlier that I found interesting. Is Ty Thompson still playing college football, Brandon Sprague?
Yeah, he's a tight end. Where is he a tight end? He is a tight end somewhere.
Ty Thompson, come on down.
He switched positions.
He did switch positions. The best that never was. That's what they call him.
Yeah.
He is a tight end at Tulane.
Is that what they call him? The best that never was?
I mean, he's kind of that for us, right?
You were a believer in him up until the moment he left the program. In fact, I remember you adamantly screaming to get Bo Nix off the field.
Yeah, wanted him to play.
And put Ty Thompson out there.
Wanted him to play. Andrew Nimick told me he was a blend of Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, I think, in his recruiting profile.
Did he really?
Yeah, dude, this is going to be awesome.
Lamar?
I mean, I remember
Did he run like that?
some very lofty.
I'm gonna text Nemec right now and
I
say,
don't remember Lamar, but I feel like there was a Mahomes in there in the comp or the profile, and I was like,
that's tough, man.
I think Nemec is going through some family stuff, so maybe not the best time to text him right now. He had a tweet the other day said they had a passing in the family, so I don't know if he wants a Ty Thompson text right now.
I mean, it could be a good distraction.
That is also true. It very well could be a good distraction.
I tell you right now, let me make you a
He
vow.
is still a tight end, and he is playing at Tulane. One more year of college football for Ty Thompson.
If I'm personally going through something, you sending me random unsolicited sports texts.
Yeah. Death in the family, you want that?
Bring it.
You want a text about the 7-hitter in the Braves lineup from 1999? Dude, I couldn't believe that guy was there. What are we doing at second base?
World Series appearing team.
That was a good team right
Did you
there.
see John Tanjay at training camp?
John Tanjay showed up day one training camp?
Wait, training camp?
Training camp's already begun?
Not yet.
Okay. He's just hanging around the facility.
Hey, Sprague, I know you're going through a lot. Just a reminder, John Tanjay's about to tear it up.
Well, since that was
42% preseason.
That was certainly a moment in time for me as a Duck fan that I'm not proud of. I was a believer.
Ty Thompson hype?
I was a believer in Ty Thompson. I was very hopeful Ty Thompson would become a thing. Narrator says, nope, indeed, not a thing. He is a tight end at Tulane, and he will be out of the football profession in a very short order. On the other side of that, can I ask you?
Yeah.
Anything left in the Aiden Childs stock? Because he is projected to be the Northwestern starting quarterback this year with Chip Kelly as his offensive coordinator.
Stock is in he could be a 5th to 7th round
How
NFL
much is the
draft
Aiden
pick?
Childs stock in college football this year? If you were listing that on the NASDAQ, how much are we listing Aiden Childs stock for? $2? Is it a penny stock?
How much does Arby's cost?
It's a great question. Let me look it up.
I think it's trading at an Arby's level.
We're at an Arby's level
Arby's
of trading?
has the meats.
Arby's does have
They
the
do.
meats.
I also don't see people at Arby's when I drive past an Arby's. And I'm a little
What the
offended by
acronym
it
is.
because
Let
I
me
like
look.
Arby's.
I do love Arby's,
But
man.
I don't go to Arby's.
Is Arby's publicly traded?
Can you say you like something if you
I
don't
don't know.
go
Is
to
Arby's part of?
They are not publicly traded. You got to give me a
Are they
different
like a
one.
PepsiCo?
They might be, but owned by a bigger brand. Yeah. Give me another comp, and I'll tell you how much the stock is. Give me a random company that you think of Aiden. When you think of companies, what makes you think of Aiden Childs?
Shiloh Inn? Affordable excellence.
How much is Shiloh Inn?
I don't
stock?
think they actually have stock.
Shiloh Inn. Do they have stock? Googling. No, Shiloh Inn either.
That's a local chain.
I think we're going about $2.99 maybe for Aiden Childs
Motel
stock.
6.
Motel 6.
Northwestern left the light on for
Dude,
him.
Motel 6 has to have a stock, right?
I don't know.
They got to be publicly traded, don't they? No.
Tell
Maybe
me.
not?
Give me some good news.
Hold on, Google AI. Nope, nothing, none of that either. We're 0 for 3 on trying to find our stocks. He had 10 tuds and 3 picks
American
last year.
Airlines.
Well, what was the plane? Somebody just had to pull a bunch of planes off. They just had to ground all their flights.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I know Spirit's done.
Spirit is definitely done.
What's American Airlines trading
how much
at?
do you think American Airlines stock is?
$14.67.
Dude, maybe you should be a stockbroker. They're at $15 and, just went down a penny. $15 on the dot. Live as I was watching it, it went down 1 penny.
That's nuts. I summed them up.
$15. So who's more, what's this? Would you rather buy American Airlines stock or Aiden Childs Northwestern stock?
Can I buy 4 shares of American, please?
You want to go American?
I'm not buying it.
Yeah, you're not buying it.
What am I supposed to expect at Northwestern? A 7-win season?
I don't know, man.
3,000 passing yards?
No, I'm not that. His first full year at Michigan State, he had 2,400 yards, 13 tuds, 11 picks. Last year, it didn't. I mean, it was rough. His completion percentage was low. The picks went down, but he was never really. They never functioned as an offense, and Jonathan Smith got ran out of there in relative short order. Yeah, I mean, it's do we put any stock into the Chip Kelly offensive coordinator thing anymore for a young quarterback? Like, is that redeemable? I don't know. Thinking of Ty Thompson will always make me somewhat think of Aiden Childs because he was kind of that for Oregon State.
Northwestern schedule is brutal.
It is rough. He's playing. I mean, they play at Autzen on Halloween night, if I'm not wrong.
Didn't go well for him last time he was at Autzen.
No,
their opener or conference
either.
openers
You know, he's made 2 different
Indiana.
starts at Autzen because he made one at
Oregon
Michigan State.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Oregon State.
I was thinking the Michigan State game.
Yeah.
That's the last time he played at Autzen.
And then that was the game. The last game of Smith's tenure at Oregon State was Aiden Childs starting a quarterback.
They have road games at Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Fun walk down memory lane. Should I go buy a Ty Thompson Tulane tight end jersey? Do you think those are available online?
Get the baby blue ones because those are Tulane's best jerseys.
I mean, their jerseys are pretty sweet. I'm not going to lie.
So are their Their merch.
Their
I have
merch
a
is
Tulane
solid.
sticker. I want to put it on my laptop.
Let me see if I can find. I'll Google that while I play this. I'll see if I can find a Ty Thompson tight end jersey. Oregon getting set to go at Big Ten Media Days. Are we excited to hear from any of their players?
I don't even know who's there for them.
Dante Moore.
I got it.
Jamari Johnson. I know Swagger.
Oh, okay.
Jamari Johnson, their tight end.
I don't think I've ever heard Jamari Johnson talk.
That piques the interest a little bit.
Sure.
And of the defensive line, of all the guys they could have chosen, they chose Tatum Tuioti.
Well, they did Mateo last year.
They did do Mateo last year.
Tatum will be good.
Do you think Tatum will be solid? Tatum's usually a pretty good soundbite. Coach's son.
Tuioti, I think, is set to have a nice little season, although we did say that about Mateo, and he had kind of an underwhelming season, so we'll have to wait and see on that.
He did.
Although, according to his dad, he added muscle and cut his fat.
He cut the fat, added the bulk.
I'm curious here, Jamari and Dan. I don't find Dante particularly great as a quote. Good kid. Seems like a really nice dude, but
he's not the best soundbite from a quarterback standpoint. Not many of them are at the college level. Do we buy? He did an interview because pieces are coming out of all the expectations coming into this year. He said the Jets drafting number 2 had no bearing on his decision at all. Do we buy it?
I do. I think he looked at Oregon when he chose them as a landscape and a destination as somewhere where I can, first of all, get a breath of fresh air and learn the ins and outs of all this stuff from a good coaching staff, so let me take a year to process. I really do think he evaluated the situation and said, I could get picked by whoever. I don't think it's beholden to the Jets.
It's not a guarantee that it's just number 2, yeah.
And I could flame out, or I can improve on what I know I need to improve on, reading defenses, feeling more comfortable in the pocket, picking the right guys to throw to in certain instances. Team's loaded, probably going to have a 10-plus win season. My stock's not going to drop unless I just throw a ton of interceptions.
Right.
So I don't think it was about the Jets. I do think he's smart in how he evaluates the stuff. I don't think it was like, the Jets have it. I don't think he went Plexico Burris.
Well, you can't
Jets
do that
and
either
Prison are the
because
same.
if you have a good year this year, where are you going to go? You're going to go to a bad team.
I wonder if that Indiana finishing game had more to influence.
I would hope it did.
I would hope both Indiana games.
Yeah.
He clearly is not ready to be an NFL
one.
quarterback. That was pretty easy to identify, was it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to believe him too because you got to be smart enough to have the wherewithal too that if you're going to stay at the top of draft boards, you're going to get drafted by a terrible team, no matter what year you come out. Now maybe it's Cleveland next year instead of the Jets. Does that make you feel any better about your NFL future? I don't know about that. So I tend to buy into him. Before I get to this cut from Jake Butt on Oregon, we do have the Ducks. We'll have some more thoughts on that. Who else are we excited to hear from today? So you got Pat Fitzgerald, Michigan State. We mentioned P.J. Fleck. He's rowing the boat into Big Ten Media Day.
A lot of hype around UCLA.
Dude, year 10 P.J. Fleck is still blowing my mind. I'm not going to lie to you. Him being there for a decade. I remember his name being in. Was that the Taggart coaching search?
It was.
For
it would have
Oregon?
meant that he's 10 years at Oregon.
God, unless he would have jumped to a different job. I don't know. Ryan Day, Ohio State. We obviously know Dan Lanning. Barry Odom going into year 2 at Purdue. And then Bob Chesney, our guy Bob Chesney down at UCLA. Power rank my coaches today in the Big Ten.
Bob Chesney's number 1.
Number 1, Bob Chesney. A lot of hype, a lot of momentum.
The JMU train is rolling right now because they made the playoff and Cignetti won the title in Indiana. I think people were really impressed with their performance at Autzen.
They announced 2 days ago, by the way, UCLA did, that they received more than $41 million in private philanthropic support from more than 6,500 donors during the year. That is an 80.6% increase from the past 2 years. Money is a-flowing.
Who was coaching last year?
We're in Los Angeles.
Do we remember his Big Ten media debut?
Yeah, we're in L.A. Play football. Any questions? It's all-time moment.
It's
all-time moment.
It has to be in the running for worst coaching decision maybe in major college football history. And there's been some pretty egregious ones.
Dude, yes.
But that was the introduction to a new regime after the coach before him largely said what to the media?
Nothing, and he did nothing to schmooze the donors, and so money wasn't flowing because he didn't want to do it.
I don't care. I just want to coach football, and you're going to pay me a lot of money. Yeah. So, yeah, dude, I think a lot of people are charged up.
That's insane.
Well, now they can pay off all their debts.
Well, yeah, I think they're also using it for the recruiting class, which is currently top 10 in the country for 2027.
I think Chesney is number 1 outside of Lanning.
I mean, you can put Chesney ahead of Lanning. That's fine. I don't care.
No,
if you could listen to one
really
press conference today, would you rather listen to Bob Chesney or Dan Lanning?
I would have to listen to Lanning because we're going to talk about it.
For work-related
reasons.
But
if I remove work, I am most curious about Chesney. He's come out fired up. and make me feel better about buying into UCLA weirdly, or am I going, don't know what to make of this guy, but I really like his coaching prowess, and I think the team can overperform.
Yeah. Ryan Day is always just kind of the same Ryan Day.
Ryan Day, I think, here's what I wonder about Ryan Day. Ryan Day's got a pretty loaded team. People are going to talk about expectations and, the pressure to win at Ohio State like he always has to talk about. You didn't like it earlier. I like that coaches are popping off at the SEC. I like that coaches are speaking up for their own conferences. I like when coaches give us their thoughts on the landscape. I don't have to agree with all of them. I don't have to like the coach in particular, but I do like coaches willing to talk. Ryan Day has been – when did he take over Urban?
2018, 2019, somewhere in there.
We're going on almost a decade of Ryan Day.
Yes.
And we jokingly told Jake Butt, people don't buy Ryan Day at the elite level the way they do other coaches.
Yeah.
He's established. He's won a title. He was really good last year. They were really close to winning the Big Ten championship. I know Miami did the belt-to-ass thing, but, that's a pretty loaded team. A pick for many. I think Ryan Day has the cachet and the wherewithal. I'd love to hear Ryan Day's thoughts on a lot of stuff today.
His first full year was 2019. He's coached 3 games in 2018. I can't remember if that's because Urban Meyer was doing some sleazy stuff or if he was faking his headaches. I don't know, but he did coach 3 games in 2018. Officially took over in 2019. His record is hilarious to look at. Do you know what his Big Ten record is? Ryan Day since 2019.
Has he lost more than 3 games in the Big Ten?
He has, but barely. He's 55-5 in Big Ten play. He is 82-12.
In 60 games in Big Ten play, he's only lost 5 times.
55-5.
How much better can you be than that? You could say undefeated. That's not realistic.
Yeah, that's...
And he called out Lou Holtz when he was still alive.
He did. He
Ryan
killed Lou
Day.
Holtz.
Come on, Ryan Day. Be impressive today. Give me some good stuff.
So that is your lineup of coaches at Big Ten Media Day, and we'll all get started here relatively shortly. Lanning, we'll have his audio tomorrow on the show, but everybody else will have it later today. We had Jake Butt on, so if you're watching on the Big Ten Network, you're going to see Jake Butt all over the place. He's great, analyst for the Big Ten Network, former tight end from Michigan. I asked him about Oregon, the thoughts coming into the year, and their roster, and here's what he said.
Yeah, I would say I think roster-wise, Oregon has the best roster of all those teams. I mean, you guys got the best defensive line in college football. You have a quarterback that would have been a top 3 pick in last year's NFL draft. That, of course, matters. You're loaded at running back. I love your 2 young running backs. I think you maybe have the best cornerback in all college football in Brandon Finney Jr. I'd say the only question I have is you're introducing 2 new coordinators, and particularly on the offensive side of the ball, what is that going to look like? Just kind of structuring game plans against the better teams.
So he said that's the only question he had. He did go on to say he's taking Indiana to win the conference just because he's doubted them enough, and he's not going to do that again. And I understand the perspective because I've been right there doubting them as well. I asked yesterday on Twitter, poll question, is getting blown out in the playoffs again in the back of your head? The final results on this yesterday, the poll question, 79.9% of people said yes. It was really funny to read some of the responses on this, too.
Somebody said all day, every
It's
day.
all I think about. Somebody said, I almost wish I was in a coma for the season just to see the end result. Another one, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Would you ruin the entire season if you could just see the end result?
No. Because what if they did win a national championship? I'd want to go on the journey.
You'd want to be
If
surprised.
they don't win the national championship, by all means, let me know how it's going to end. I want to know how I'm going to die, but if I'm not going to die, I want to know. I want to follow that pathway.
So I'm an all-seeing wizard.
Yes.
And I tell you, Andy.
You're the Wizard of Oz. Behind
look
the curtain.
in this ball.
Let me look in the ball.
And all it will show you is where Oregon's football season ends. No context. No backstory.
In terms of the game they play in, the last game they play in kind of thing?
It'll show you the round and the results and how they, where they finish.
I would look at that. Not knowing I know the outcome of the game, though, or are you saying I would just, then no, I wouldn't look at that.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to know.
You'd say thanks, but no thanks.
No, I'd be it's like reading the last chapter of the book first, you know? I might have my heart broken, but I'm willing. I mean, how much more can you hurt me, you know? It's been a lot of pain, okay? Another one said, I don't care if we get blown out again because the last 4 years of Lanning has been a blast. When I was a kid, it was a good year if we just beat the Huskies and the Beavers. Now look what the program is at, and that's certainly a good perspective to have, and I share some of that. But yeah, it was funny to see the responses at 80% of people, and that was the part, Butt's mentioning the coordinators, and that certainly will be a massive storyline. The difficult part about Oregon this year, and I was thinking about this last night as they get ready for Big Ten Media Day, is there anything that Oregon can do in the regular season that would squash this fear for Duck? Because certainly it's something that exists in Duck fans' minds. That was brought up because George Reister was on the show yesterday to say he doesn't think about it at all. He's not worried about it at all. And I said, I admire the confidence there, but I have to admit that there is a thought in the back of my head when it happens back-to-back years. That's the other difficult part with Oregon is there anything that they can accomplish in the regular season that squashes those fears? Because I think the answer to that is no. Because no matter what they could do.
Who's their biggest game?
Ohio State on the road.
Ohio State. If they house
beating Ohio State
the
by
Buckeyes
2 touchdowns
in the horseshoe
has to make you feel different.
Do we got to play them again?
You don't know.
We don't know. I don't think that changes it. I don't.
You go in there and beat them.
I want to pull this audio. We'll bring it back.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm not going to be psyched.
You're going to be coming in thinking you're not going to want to say it, or maybe you will. A 14-point win in Columbus makes you feel.
I mean, we would feel great. I'm not saying I wouldn't feel great about the win.
You go in there and beat them 49-31 or something.
Yeah, I'd be a great win. I'd be psyched. I'd be over the moon. But what is the response from everybody who is a Dan Lanning detractor? What is it going to be?
Well, yeah, doing the playoff.
So what does it matter?
But you asked, as Duck fan, should they feel differently if they accomplish anything?
I don't think there's anything that Oregon in the regular season could do because of how good they've been in the regular season the last 2 years and the way their season has ended. That would eliminate that until you see them on the biggest stage.
I'm going to give you a different. What a miserable way to live in a college football season.
It's pretty tough, dude.
That sounds awful.
It's not fun.
Hey, my team's undefeated. They housed Ohio State and Columbus. You know what? Doesn't matter, though. We got to do it in the playoff. Okay.
What matters the most?
Being relevant?
Winning in the playoffs? Does it matter the most?
Sure.
What's the expectation for Oregon this year?
Win a title.
Okay, so being good in the regular season, is that good enough for Oregon this year?
So you beat Ohio State by 2 touchdowns on the road? You can't enjoy it? You're like, well, we can't.
See, this is, again, I'm not saying I'm not going to enjoy it. That's not the thing. I enjoy every Oregon win.
You just literally said the first thought's going to be, do it in the playoff. That's all anybody's going to say about us. Like, who cares? You're the fan of the team.
It's not necessarily about that being the only thought. It's the idea that I don't know if it eliminates the fear, even if they do that in the regular season.
Fear is for the weak. Live in the now.
I look forward to the moment of Oregon winning that game by 2 touchdowns in Columbus and then losing the first playoff game and everybody saying, see, Lanning can't win the big one.
Can we have a little context to it, though? Ohio State in the playoff 2 years ago, obviously a much different animal. You were lucky to beat them in the first matchup. It wasn't like you stomped them out in Autzen Stadium.
No, it was a
you
close
won
game.
on a walk-off field goal.
Could have gone either way.
Debatable little things, PI, no PI, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like you just absolutely laid the wood to them. And then what happened? Well, they caught you off guard. You weren't ready for what they did. And they also, by the way, were playing much better football.
They laid the wood to you.
Last year, you were not better than Indiana. Not at any one point. The only reason you hung in that game was because of a Brandon Finney pick six.
Yes, 20
if
to
that
20.
doesn't happen, it is one of the worst offensive games we've seen the Oregon Ducks play in some time, and probably a double-digit loss at home. Then losing in the playoff by double digits to Indiana doesn't feel as surprising. So I think there's always a little context to some of this stuff. It doesn't feel good to end the season the way you ended. But if Oregon goes to Columbus and wins by 10 or more, I don't know why we need to play this game of what everybody else thinks about us or we need to see them do it in the playoffs. Enjoy it. That's awesome. It means the team's living up to hype.
I will enjoy every second of winning by double digits in Columbus.
I'm just saying if that happens.
If that happens, I will enjoy every second of that. But ultimately, the end goal of this year is to win a national championship. And everybody keeps telling me it's title or bust. Put my big boy pants on. So I'm trying to put my big boy pants on.
I don't know if bust is the right term because Dan Lanning's not getting fired.
Well, no, he's not going anywhere. It's just a thought I had. The new coordinators, they've been so good in the regular season, and the season hasn't ended well for them in the playoffs the last 2 years. We'll see how it goes. Dan Lanning at Big Ten Media Day today as they get their season kind of officially underway. Camp a couple weeks away. Let's get to Stat or Story. That's next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the highest paid player in the NHL is now a 20-year-old. Forward Macklin Celebrini of the Sharks got a 5-year extension today worth $94 million. At $18.8 million per year, it is the highest average annual value of any player in the National Hockey League.
A couple local animal news and treats and fun facts. Not spotted very often, right from the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center.
Which is closing.
Well, it's temporarily. It's renovated. But we just recently spotted a blue whale swimming by.
Nice.
Ooh.
Blue whale, by the way, they just put up the bones of a blue whale that passed away on the beach from 2015 at the aquarium area over there in Newport, and they reconstructed the bones. Do you know how they got the bones?
I do not.
So they took the dead whale carcass, they sunk it to the bottom of the ocean for a decade, and let all of natural selection feast off of it, only to bring the bones up, clean them off, put them back together so you could see the full size of it.
That's a brilliant move.
It was a really cool thing. And up in Seattle, they did a Jimothy art contest for the famous raccoon. And, man, there was some stained glass Jimothy pieces done, models built, paintings drawn. It was great.
That's fantastic. I am somebody who takes voting very seriously. I'd love to be able to vote on things. I want a top 25 AP vote. I want a Heisman vote. That stuff matters to me. So does preseason media polls, and I have to ask the question, if you're an SEC voter and you voted Kentucky to win the SEC, or you're an ACC voter and you voted Stanford to win the ACC, should you lose your vote? Because I think you should.
We need to have a conversation. I was watching some of the Big Ten stuff. Why is it that every question asked at these coaches' press conferences are like, hey, Coach, real raw dog football, hardcore.com here.
Everybody's got their side outlet, man.
But, like, how did they get the questions? I'm waiting for Bruce
That's
Feldman.
the guy voted for Kentucky to win the SEC. Who votes for Kentucky to win the SEC?
There's your update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Judgment Call with Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network.
All right, folks, it is stat or story time, as it always is on Wednesday, slightly after 9:30. We got a turn and burn here, so I'll throw mine out first. Your number today, ladies and gentlemen, it is 156. 156. Is it the total rushing yards last year from one Dante Moore in his first full season as a starting quarterback at Oregon on the season, 156 rushing yards? Or is it the dollar amount, as in $1.56, that was the federal minimum wage in 1971 in the United States of America?
Stat.
Gonna go stat?
Yeah, he didn't take off that much, but he wasn't sacked that much. Yeah, stat.
Double stat. I'll get that on the page here. Hold on. It's not a good way to save time. You were correct. 156 rushing yards for Dante Moore last year. The minimum wage in 1971.
You're going to tell me it was $7.25.
It was $1.60. And the reason I bring that up was that there was a recent economic study that was done that found when you compare housing, education, healthcare, and household expenses, that study has suggested that somebody making minimum wage in 1971 had a similar affordability lifestyle to somebody making six figures in the United States in 2026.
Pull yourself up by the bootstraps, stop bitching, and work 8 jobs until you're 79 years old.
Make
all right?
ends meet, all
Stop
right?
pointing out facts for me. That's sad, dude.
It's pretty sad.
Yeah, I know.
Pretty sad. $1.60 an hour. Swag was like 30.
That's
really
the year
funny,
I was born.
It's a really funny video of an old guy dancing at a dance hall somewhere, and he's slow spinning, and he looks like he's 80-something. And it's like boomers after selling their homes for $2 million that they bought for 11 raspberries.
Yes, we're gonna be living large. A lot of them aren't selling yet either. They're just holding on.
They're gonna hold on.
Hold on.
Yep.
Hold the line.
Go ahead, Swag.
Your number is 90.
You're right.
Is it the longest touchdown scoring play of the Ducks last season in terms of yards?
Okay, give me the number again.
90.
90.
Come on, Dirt.
Did they have a 90-yard touchdown last year?
Or is it the average number of chicken wings per year eaten by an American? It is National Chicken Wing Day.
Come on, Dirt. I need you here.
I'm trying to rack my brain on the
Yeah, they're long
This
games.
is just for you, Dirt. Nobody loves wings and ducks more than you do.
Their longest scored touchdown from last year.
They have a kickoff return. A punt return. I know they had one
the year before they
Boise.
did. They had punt returns and kick returns. Yep. God, people are going to kill me for this. I don't think it was 90.
So you're going story?
I don't remember a 90. I feel like a 90-yard touchdown would stick out in my head.
So you're also saying,
and
though,
it's
on the
not
other
sticking
side,
out.
the average American person eats 90 wings
chicken
in
wings
a
a year.
I eat on
Looking at their
average
schedule.
10 per setting, but I probably only do it like 6 or 7 times a year.
There you go.
I don't think there was a defensive touchdown that was that long.
That's too high. I'm going stat.
I'm going to go story. Give me story.
Stat.
Final answer.
You said stat.
Okay, there you go.
What was their
Malik
longest touchdown?
Benson's 85-yard punt return against USC
They did have a punt
was
return.
the
Yeah, right.
longest scoring play for the Ducks last year of their 71 touchdowns.
I totally forgot about the
I
USC
did
punt
too.
return.
I did too. USC and their special teams, always underwhelming.
Yep.
So, yes, it is National Chicken Wing Day. On average, Americans eat 90 chicken wings per person per year.
I'd probably go over that.
I'm sure I go over that.
How many times a year do you think you make chicken wings at home?
Football season regularly. Every other week at least.
Really?
Oh, yeah, dude. On the weekends, like on a Sunday or Saturday.
If not more.
If I'm not down in Eugene, I got a bag of wings on the smoker
can we ask
every Saturday.
A follow-up.
Yeah.
Do you buy the full wing and then do the cut at home, or do you buy the prepackaged chicken wings?
Oh, prepackaged, dude. I'm not cutting
I
those
bought
things.
it.
How many packs do you buy? Because only one package. I always have to buy 2.
Oh, usually
I
go
get
two.
the ones at Costco.
The big Costco bag
Yeah.
fills my whole smoker up with one bag. And I usually do one at a time. But I always buy 2, so I have another one waiting in the wings just in case I need more.
Super Bowl Sunday, by the way, the biggest day for eating chicken wings. It's estimated more than 1.25 billion wings are eaten on Super Bowl Sunday.
I would say every time I eat wings, I eat at least 12.
I'm somewhere between 12 and 16.
Yeah, every time I eat wings. Unless I order them at a restaurant and it's like a happy hour thing and there's only like 6 on the plate. If I have the control over it, I will eat at least 12. And I think I'm eating them at least 10 times a year.
I'm trying to think how many I think I eat.
The world
Probably 10.
record, by the way, 444 in 26 minutes.
That is so many wings.
That's a lot
in
of wings.
such a short amount of time.
How many pounds of chicken is that?
I don't want to venture a guess.
Good Lord.
It's a lot of wings, man. A lot of wings.
All right, are you guys ready?
What do we got?
Your number is 19.
19.
Is it the age gap between what is being described as long-term friends who got into a fight at a San Antonio golf course and ended with a stabbing? Or is it where Penn State sits currently on DraftKings national title odds category?
Like the 19th highest odds to win the national title? Stat. Give me stat. I think because of their schedule. I think they're in the top 20.
Also, really tan Matt Campbell.
Very tan Matt Campbell.
Very tan.
He looks
And it's Penn
comfortable.
State. People are going to want to bet on Penn State.
I'm
Why not?
nervous about Matt Campbell. He's a little too tan. Looks like he's feeling himself too much. Like,
You had big school, big payday.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Dude, life's different now.
I mean, somebody's 50, somebody's 31. We're having a stabbing. Stat. Penn
State is 17th on the title
even
board
better.
odds. Even
Yeah.
better because of that schedule and old tan Matt Campbell. This comes to us from San Antonio, Texas. According to the police report, A 37-year-old and his long-term friend, 56-year-old man.
Okay. It's a big age difference.
It's an odd way
Are
to
we thinking gay sugar daddy here? Because that's where my
describe the relationship.
I mean, if you're golfers, I could see
long-term friends is how they're being described. How long do you need to be friends with somebody to be a long-term friend? Are you and I long-time friend?
I think so. Over a decade.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
10 years.
so. I think
Yeah,
10 years.
10 plus years, your long-time friend?
I think you're pushing up on a decade. You can get described as that.
So he's in his 20s. This guy's in his 40s when they meet.
Had to have been a thing where they just started playing golf and hit it off, and they're like, dude, you're a good golf partner. Let's go play golf a lot.
Or they're dating and they don't want to tell the police officer
Very
this.
well
I
could be
don't
the
know,
case
but
as
they
well.
were golfing nonetheless, longtime friends. And it ended in a stabbing. According to the police report, 37-year-old victim had already gone to a local hospital where he told officers he got into an argument with his 56-year-old friend at the golf course over the game they were playing and the scoring. San Antonio Police Department say the suspect allegedly struck the victim with a blunt object before the confrontational turned physical. Police said the suspect then stabbed the victim, causing injuries that required the victim to be hospitalized. A spokesperson for the Quarry Golf Course said the two men were long-term friends and the violence stemmed from a dispute over their golf match. The spokesperson said neither man was a member of the course and declined further comment. Being investigated for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Who was cheating? Old guy, young guy. Who was cheating there? Old guy?
What is the most contentious you've been with somebody you've golfed with?
Oh, I've been very contentious. I've had some very contentious run-ins on the golf course.
Like real blowout.
Yeah, like not maybe
stabbing?
not to the point of fighting, but like shouting for lengthy periods of time.
No, not.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Not
Shouting?
on the golf course. I haven't.
Yeah.
Like, show me an example. Like, we're in the golf cart.
You're the absolute worst.
There you go.
Yeah.
What was it a knife or was it like it'd be better if
You
it was
stab
like
with a tee or like a divot fixer?
Yeah.
Maybe he snapped the club in half and used the end of the club.
Right
you want to
into
talk
the
about
stomach?
effective? Have you
Yeah.
seen a club broken? It's
Oh,
sharp.
yeah.
Those things would do some absolute damage to your abdomen. That's
What
not
led
good.
to you to be out of character and do that?
I wasn't necessarily the one doing the yelling. Foley, people were yelling more at me. I've been yelled at on a golf
Well,
course
you just
before.
said you yelled at somebody.
I wasn't the highest of the yellers, but I did escalate my voice to not fully match the yelling, but get into it a little bit. Our Southern Oregon golf trip can get very heated and contentious from time to time. And then you go back to the house and you have about 17 beers and you feel better about it. But in the moment when you're on 16T and that thing got tight and somebody didn't like a ruling or didn't like not giving a putt, shouting will ensue.
Who was the first to like confront the situation and like, is there an apology or is it just like a cheers, no spoken thing?
There's usually after an hour or two, they're like, "Hey, man, we just wanted to win," and you're like, "I know, we just wanted to win too. All right, let's have a good time tonight." That's usually how it goes. You just kind of move on, act like it never happened.
I slept with your wife.
That's usually how it goes. Good stuff. Sadder Story every Wednesday at 9:30. Hey guys, it's really hard to do this, but we're close. Next on The Fan. There's our guy Jake Butt looking good on TV. Had him on the show today. If you missed it, you can go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, at 1051thefan.
Yeah, that's a good
Twitter.
suit today.
That's a good looking suit right there.
It's football season, and I'm already feeling awful. Keon Coleman dropped the first pass of 7-on-7 at Bills camp.
Oh, that's not a good start.
And Jamar Chase was fighting with half the team.
Did you see the Marvin Harrison highlight yesterday? Junior at Arizona? Guy's dealing with some stuff, man. He's got some confidence issues right now.
Yeah, well, his counterpart was much better than him last year.
Very, very true.
Mr. Sophia Wilson. Michael Wilson himself.
That is very true. The quotes are starting to trickle out, and I will give those to you in a brief moment. But before I do that, did you know we got some poll questions up today? And we got to read off the poll questions?
I do.
They are brought to you by the Neighborhood Restaurant Group. They bring in the fan poll question on X every day. Dinner tonight at one of their 5 locations. San Diego's Big's Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, in Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse. Here are your poll questions. One from today. Are you still intimidated if your team plays the Kansas City Chiefs? And to where Swag and Sprague are right, 86.3% of you say no, not intimidated anymore. If your head coach of your favorite football team uses ChatGPT to relate to players, are you officially worried? 71.8% of you say yes, you are. Who wins more postseason games? These are from yesterday. Who wins more postseason games this year, Dan Lanning or Justin Herbert? 81.6% of you say Dan Lanning.
Ooh.
Let's see. I already gave the Oregon getting blown out the playoff one again. Last but not least, should a college football program be allowed to count a national championship title from 1869? And 66.1% of you say no. So there are the answers to your poll questions.
Good on you guys.
That is
good on you guys.
Correct answer. Totally valid. How about this quote coming out of Big Ten Media Day? The car wash has begun. Now, we had PJ Fleck up on the stage, and now it's Pat Fitzgerald at Michigan State. Dan Lanning was chatting with On3 Sports.
Oh, we got a first quote?
We have our first quote. He told this to Wilson Alexander, who is one of their national reporters.
Okay.
They were covering the days, and he said, quote, "It takes time. It's hard. It's hard to build. There's 4 active coaches who have won a national championship? We're close." That is the first quote out of Big Ten Media Day from one. Okay. Dan Lanning.
Do you like to hear that? We're close.
We're close. I mean, yeah, you are close. It is very hard to win a national championship.
Every year you don't win it, does "we're close" resonate less and less and less?
Yes, it does. Every year that goes on, I'm certainly not there yet. He's young. We got a long ways to go. Like somebody was texting in earlier about the idea of hiring internal coordinators and it being kind of a short-term move instead of a long-term move. Like, let's keep this together while we got all this talent back. And this is, again, and he pointed out to a Helfrich example of that, of like, let's keep the continuity. Mm-hmm. And again, this will always be the biggest difference, man. Like, Oregon back then was not recruiting at a top 2 or 3 level every year. They are now. And so there's never going to be this drop-off of like 7-5 or you're 4-8 and you fired a coach. I would be more than shocked if that ever happened. But yeah, every year that you don't win a national title and you come out and you say we're close, there certainly is that. That's where the James Franklin stuff comes in, because every year it was like, oh, can he do it? No, can't do it this year. Okay, no, can't do it this year. And it went on and on and on until it finally broke, and last year everything crumbled in on top of them. I do think that they're close. I think they have one of the best rosters in the sport. They have good a chance as anybody in college football to win a national title this year, and I do think it's incredibly hard, but he has built the team to get to this moment. Now you got to go capitalize, and we're going to hear from him on the stage in a little over an hour from now.
PJ Fleck, who was just on the stage, and now you got Pat Fitzgerald up there for Michigan State, who, by the way, like, I'll give you a lot of credit. I was wrong on this. You called it. Couldn't have been a weirder fit and more odd fit than Jonathan at Michigan State. Fitzgerald looks the part.
He's
now,
Big Ten football.
Should
He's
his
Midwest.
tie be darker green? Yeah, somebody screwed that up. He's got an Oregon Duck, Kelly Green kind of vibe going there.
Kind of looks like an Eastern Michigan shade of green.
But he looks the part for Michigan State. Is PJ Fleck one of the few? You get this every once in a while. I see this in, like, walking the streets of Portland. Mm-hmm. The rare instance where the guy would look worse with hair and looks better bald.
He does absolutely look better bald.
His head's a perfect size for his body. It's not too big, not too small. His ears are a normal size. There's nothing on, like, his nose isn't very big. He doesn't have, like, very pronounced eyebrows.
Nope, it all fits.
The bald look with the tan head looks immaculate on him. He would look weird with hair.
Yeah, I just pulled up a picture of him at Western Michigan where he had...
It was, like, short and
spiky.
A
shaved head,
it was short, and you could
Not
tell...
quite shaved, but it was short.
Like a McVay type deal?
Yeah.
Because McVay was going bald until he got his hair.
It was going to be a landing strip, you can tell in the front.
Well, McVay kind of has the crown going on his head.
Dude,
no,
I'm getting
his
close,
was
man.
short, but PJ's was slicked backwards.
Yeah.
He didn't have the
Go look-
shelf like McVay's got in the front.
Go look at his hair from his introductory press conference, too. He looks significantly better bald. Significantly better. It's one of my biggest fears. I don't know how I'm going to look bald.
I think you're going to look great.
I'm worried about
Because
taking
when you
the
buzz
plunge.
when you buzz your hair to a certain length, even if there's
Super
hair,
short, yeah.
I can kind of look at your forehead up and already say like, oh, the color just wouldn't be there. That's the only difference.
Get the gist of how it's going to appear.
Oh, yeah, I stand by my claim.
Yeah, he looks way better
looks
bald.
terrible with hair.
He looks way better. It's a good look for him. He's got tan. There's good color there. He's confident with it, too. Not everybody can pull it off that way, but he certainly can.
Well, I have never said this to him, and I'd leave it to me to wait for on air, but like I've kind of felt this way a long time about Skanik.
Oh, without a doubt. He looks
He's
way
always
better
like,
bald.
I'm jealous of the hair, and I want this guy's hair. And I'm like, dude, I hate
No.
to tell you this.
You
You
look
look
good.
great bald.
It's kind of like once you become known for something, if you take it away. If Ropp shaved his face, you'd be like, whoa. What happened there?
There's pictures on the internet.
They exist. If you go back to the soul patch, Isaac Ropp, like you're going to be like,
That'd
whoa.
blow my mind.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Or the